Trapped in a muddy medieval village, you're starving taxed to death and dodging the plague. Join Agnes in a gritty fight to survive where every grain's a rebellion and Wi-Fi's just a dream. Before you drift off, don't forget to like, subscribe, and leave a comment. It really helps me create more great content for you. Only if you're enjoying what I do. Of course, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. By the way, what time is it? Where you are? And where in the world are you watching from? Let's make this peaceful space even better together. Now relax, and let's begin. You wake up in a pile of damp straw, smelling like a wet dog, and realizing you're not in your cozy apartment anymore. This is the Middle Ages, and you're screwed. Your eyes snap open, but the world is wrong. The air is thick, sour, like someone bottled a barnyard and sprayed it in your face. You're sprawled on a lumpy pile of straw that's more mud than bedding, and your clothes scratchy woolen. Definitely not. Your usual sweatpants are damp enough to make you shiver. You blink, expecting your phone's glow or the hum of your fridge. But there's nothing. Just darkness. A faint flicker of firelight and a smell that could knock out a skunk. Your brain scrambles for an explanation. Time travel. VR prank. Really bad. Airbnb, but the ache in your back and the cold seeping into your bones. Scream, this is real. You're not in the 21st century anymore. You're in a medieval nightmare, and it's about 5 seconds from getting worse. A memory of your old life flickers, streaming shows, iced lattes, the sweet hum of Wi-Fi, but it's drowned out by a distant church bell clanging like a warning. You sit up straw, sticking to your skin, and realize you're not alone. A woman kneels by a smoky hearth, stirring a pot that smells like boiled socks. She's young, maybe 25, with sharp eyes and hands that move like they've never known rest. Her name, you'll learn, is Agnes, and she's about to become your reluctant lifeline in this hellhole. Beside her, a scrawny boy of 6, Will huddles under a threadbare blanket, his wide eyes fixed on you like you're an alien. You're not sure he's wrong. Agnes glances over her face, a mix of exhaustion and suspicion. Up are you? Thought the fever took you. Cousin? Cousin. You open your mouth to protest, but your throat's dry as sandpaper. She shoves a wooden bowl into your hands, filled with a gray sludge that looks like it failed culinary school. Eat. You'll need strength for the fields. You stare at the pottage, your stomach churning. You'd kill for a burger, but the only thing dying here is your optimism. The goal of this moment, this place, is to shove you face first into the brutal reality of medieval peasant life. You're not just a visitor. You're trapped a modern soul in a world of mud hunger and feudal nonsense. Agnes and Will are your anchors. Their struggle to survive a looming famine. Your first glimpse of what's at stake. The village outside, a cluster of sagging huts, is your new prison, and every step you take reveals a fresh layer of misery. Your job is to adapt, or at least not make things worse, while the absurdity of your situation fuels a bitter, sarcastic commentary that keeps you sane. You stumble out of the hut, your borrowed boots sinking into mud that smells like despair. The village sprawls before you, a dozen wattle and daub shacks slumping under thatch roofs that leak like sieves. Chickens more bone than feather peck at nothing. The air is heavy with smoke, wet wool, and a sour edge of livestock. Beyond the fields, patchy and brown, A dense forest looms, its shadows whispering of wolves. And worse, you turn to Agnes, who's followed you out, Will clinging to her skirt. This is it. This is home, you ask, hoping for a punchline. She snorts, wiping her hands on her apron. Home's what you make it. Don't expect a feast. You try to explain. You're from the future. You had a life. You know what indoor plumbing is, but Agnes cuts you off. Mad talk won't fill your belly. Save it for the priest. Will giggles. But there's no malice in it, just a kid who thinks you're weird. You're about to argue when a man approaches his chest, puffed like he's the king of this mud pit. This is Tom, the village elder, who's got one claim to fame. He talked to a monk once 20 years ago, and he's been dining out on it ever since newcomer. He says, eyeing you like you're a stray dog. You'll work the Lord's fields, pay taxes, and keep your mouth shut. That's the deal. You mutter about needing a union, and Tom blinks confused. What's a union? You sigh. This is going to be a long century. Tom leads you through the village, pointing out the rules like he's giving a TED talk on misery. The fields need plowing, but the ox is half dead. The Lord takes half your grain, and the church grabs another 10% for God's share. You ask about Wi-Fi, mostly to mess with him, and he squints like you've insulted his mother. Why what? You sound like a heretic. You grin, but the joke's on you when you slip in a puddle landing. Face first in what you hope is just mud. Agnes pulls you up, her expression torn between pity and annoyance. City fool, she mutters, but there's a flicker of kindness in her eyes. Back at the hut, Agnes shows you her grain, stash a pitiful sack hidden under a loose floorboard. This is all we've got till spring, she says, her voice low, so Will won't hear famine's coming. You eat, you work, or you're out. You nod, your modern brain. Reeling. Starvation isn't a buzzword here. It's a death sentence. You notice Will watching his small hands clutching a stick he's carved into a toy. You want to promise him a happy meal, but all you've got is a sinking feeling that you're useless in this world. You try to help, suggesting crop rotation or irrigation stuff you vaguely remember from a documentary. Agnes listens, then laughs a dry, bitter sound. You think we've got time for fancy tricks. We're lucky to eat once a day. You feel like an idiot, but you keep talking, desperate to prove you're not dead weight. You mention fertilizers, and she stares. What's that cow dung with a college degree? You almost laugh, but the weight of her words hits you. She's not just feeding herself. She's keeping Will alive, and every grain counts. The day drags on your hands, blistered from hauling water that looks like soup. You're starting to get the rhythm of this place work until your spine screams, eat sludge, sleep in filth, repeat. But there's something about Agnes's quiet strength, the way she hums to Will, despite the hunger in her eyes, that makes you want to try harder. You're not a hero, but you don't want to be the guy who screws this up. You're sweeping the hut's dirt floor, because apparently that's a thing. When you hear hooves in the distance, Agnes freezes, her face pale. That's no peddler, she says, peering through a crack in the shutter. You catch a glimpse of a man on horseback, his cloak dark against the gray sky. He's carrying a ledger, and the sight of it makes your stomach twist. You've seen enough movies to know that guy means trouble. Agnes grips your arm, her voice a hiss. It's Robert the Steward. If he sees this mess, we're done for. You're hiding behind a goat, praying the steward doesn't notice you, while mentally cursing whoever invented feudalism. The stench of the goat is a new low, even for you. but it's better than being spotted by the man on horseback. Your heart's pounding like you're in a bad spy movie, except there's no cool gadget to save you. Just a bleeding animal and a muddy ditch. Yesterday's disaster, spilling Agnes's precious grain, still stings. Her glare, as you swept up the mess, said it all. You're a liability, a modern fool in a world that chews up dreamers and spits out bones. Now, as Robert the Lord Steward rides into the village, his ledger gleaming like a death sentence, you're wondering if you can fake your own death before he notices you. You crouch lower, the goat's wiry fur brushing your face, and peek through the chaos. The village center, a pathetic patch of churned mud, under a lone elm tree, is buzzing with tension. Villagers clutch sacks of grain, a few eggs, even a half-dead chicken, their faces tight with dread. Agnes stands near the front, her hands gripping Will's shoulders, her eyes darting between Robert and the horizon. Will, oblivious, stares at the horse like it's a unicorn. You want to scream at him to run, but you're too busy praying the goat doesn't kick you into next week. The goal here is to drag you deeper into the feudal quicksand, where every grain of barley comes with a tax, and every misstep could cost Agnes her son Robert. The steward is the cold, calculating face of this system. His ledger, a guillotine in parchment form. Agnes's resourcefulness shines through a flicker of defiance in a world that demands submission, while your modern whining only makes things worse. The village with its sagging huts and tolling church bell is a pressure cooker, and you're about to learn how little your 21st century smarts matter. Robert dismounts his boots, squelching in the mud, and the air gets heavier. He's not tall or menacing, just meticulously grim like an accountant who moonlights as an executioner. His cloak is the only clean thing in sight, and that ledger tucked under his arm might as well be glowing with evil. Taxes for the Lord. He announces his voice, flat as the fields, grain, wool, livestock. No excuses. The villagers shuffle forward, offering what little they have. You whisper to Agnes, "This guy needs to chill." Ever heard of tax evasion? She kicks your shin hard, "Shut it, or we're all in the stocks." Tom, the village elder, steps up puffing his chest like he's about to negotiate with a king. "Good master. Robert," he says, "we're loyal folk, as I told that monk years back." You roll your eyes. Tom's monk story again, like it's his Nobel Prize. Robert doesn't even blink, just opens his ledger and starts scribbling. "Your loyalty doesn't feed the Lord's men," he says, pointing at Agnes. "Your hut. Where's your share?" Agnes stiffens her fingers, tightening on Will. You see her slip a handful of grain into her sleeve, a move so smooth you almost cheer. She's not just surviving, she's gaming the system, medieval style. You're dragged into the mess when Tom volunteers you to carry sacks to Robert's cart. "Newcomers strong," he says, smirking. You grumble, hauling a sack that smells like regret, your back screaming with every step. "Where's medieval OSHA when you need it?" you mutter, earning a confused glance from a villager. The cart's piled high with the village's lifeblood, grain eggs, a sad-looking goose, and you realize this isn't just theft. It's survival being stripped away. You catch Agnes's eye, and for a moment, you're not just a useless time traveler. You're part of her fight. Robert's not done. He circles back to Agnes, his gaze sharp. "You're the cousin, aren't you?" he says, pointing at you. Your mouth goes dry. "Amnesia," you blurt, hoping it sounds convincing. "Fell off a cart. Don't remember much." He narrows his eyes, scribbling something in his ledger. You're pretty sure it's not a compliment. Agnes steps in, her voice steady. He's harmless, sir. Works hard. Robert doesn't buy it, but he moves on, leaving you sweating like you just dodged a bullet. The village is buzzing with bad news. A peddler passing through whispers of a failed harvest up north. Fields turn to dust. You overhear villagers muttering about famine, their voices low to avoid Robert's ears. You try to chip in, suggesting crop diversification, something about soybeans from a podcast you half heard. Agnes shuts you down. You think we've got magic seeds? We plant what grows, or we starve. You feel like a kid who flunked a pop quiz, but she's right. Your knowledge is as useless as a smartphone with no signal. The day grinds on the church bell, tolling like a countdown to doom. You're hauling another sack when Robert gathers everyone for a final announcement. The Lord's building a new chapel. He says, his tone daring anyone to object. You'll owe an extra tax grain, wool or labor. The crowd murmurs, but no one dares speak. Agnes's face goes pale, her hands trembling. She's out of grain, out of options. You want to yell about fairness, but the memory of her kick keeps you quiet. She steps forward, her voice barely above a whisper. I've no grain left, sir. Take this instead. She pulls her only blanket from her shoulders, a patched woolen thing that's kept Will warm through countless nights. You want to stop her to scream that this is insanity, but the desperation in her eyes silences you. Robert takes the blanket, folding it with the care of a man who knows its worth. Next time, he says, his gaze locking on Will, I take the boy. The words hang in the air, colder than the wind. Agnes pulls, Will close her jaw tight. Robert mounts his horse, the cart creaking under the weight of the village's offerings, and rides off. You're left standing in the mud, the goat nudging you, like it knows you're out of your depth. Agnes turns to you, her voice low, fierce. We can't survive another tax. I'm hiding grain tomorrow. Help me, or we're all dead. Your stomach growls louder than a wolf, and you're starting to eye the village's scrawniest chicken like it's a five-star meal. The hunger is a living thing, clawing at your insides with every step you take across the village's barren fields. You're not sure what's worse, the empty pit in your gut, or the memory of Agnes's face yesterday, fierce and desperate as she vowed to hide grain from Robert the Steward. That moment, her whispered plan to defy the Lord's taxes feels like a spark in a world of ash. But right now, all you can think about is food. Your 21st century brain, used to drive-thrus and delivery apps, is screaming for a sandwich. But the only thing on the menu here is misery served cold with a side of mud. You're in Agnes's hut, a dim cave of smoke and shadows, trying to choke down what Marjorie, the village's resident optimist, calls famine bread. It's a dense, bitter slab that tastes like tree bark and regret, and you're pretty sure it's actively plotting against your teeth. Marjorie, a wiry old woman with a limp and a grin, like she's laughing at death itself, watches you gag. Nutty, ain't it? She cackles, her eyes glinting with dark amusement. You want to fire back with a Yelp review. 0 stars, would rather starve, but your mouth is too busy wrestling with the bread. Hunger has a way of humbling you, and in this 13th century hellscape, humility is all you've got left. The goal of this chapter is to crank up the famine's chokehold, turning the village into a pressure cooker of desperation. Agnes's plan to hide grain is the thread pulling you forward, but the hunger, the creeping fear of disease, and the village's fraying hope are the real stars. You're not just a bystander anymore. You're neck deep in Agnes's scheme, and your modern quips are starting to crack under the weight of survival. The fields, the hut, the forest's edge, they're all closing in, and every choice feels like a gamble with death. The village fields stretch out beyond the hut, a patchwork of brown and gray, under a sky that's forgotten how to rain. The crops are stunted, their heads bowed like they're mourning the harvest that never came. You follow Agnes outside your boots, sinking into soil that's more dust than dirt. Will trails behind his small frame hunched, asking if you're really from the stars. You force a smile, wishing you could tell him about pizza. But his cough, a dry, rasping sound, cuts through your thoughts. Agnes's face tightens, and you see the fear she's been hiding, the kind that makes a mother's hands shake. Inside, Agnes kneels by the hearth, stirring a pot of stew that's mostly boiled weeds and a prayer. She's different today, her movements sharper, her eyes burning with a plan she hasn't fully shared. We're hiding grain tonight, she says, her voice low, so Will won't hear. In a hollow log near the forest. You're helping. You open your mouth to argue wolves. Bandits the fact that you're about as stealthy as a drunk ox. But her glare stops you cold. Will's starving, she says. You want to eat. You help. You nod, your modern ethics crumbling like Marjorie's bread. Survival doesn't care about your principles. You try to lighten the mood, muttering about needing a medieval survival app, but Agnes doesn't bite. Instead, she hands you a chipped bowl of the weed stew, and you sip it, wincing at the taste of dirt and despair. Marjorie, perched on a stool, regales you with tales of past famines, her voice a mix of glee and grimness. Once ate a boot, she says, winking. Tasted better than this slop. You choke on your stew, half laughing, half horrified. You want to ask if she's joking, but the glint in her eye says she's not. You're starting to like Marjorie, even if she's clearly unhinged. The village is quieter now. The usual chatter replaced by a heavy silence. You step outside the air sharp with the promise of frost. Cha Gregory, the priest, is leading a prayer by the church, his voice rising over the fields. Lord, send rain, he pleads. But the villagers gathered in a ragged circle look more hungry than holy. You notice a few eyeing the forest, their whispers hinting at foraging or something darker. You join the prayer, mostly to avoid suspicion, but your mind's on Agnes's plan. You quip to yourself about needing a medieval CDC to handle this mess, but the thought of disease lurking behind the hunger makes your stomach twist. Back in the hut, you help Agnes dig a small cache under the dirt floor, a backup for her grain. If the forest plan fails, your hands blister, the wooden spade biting into your palms. But you keep going, driven by the memory of Will's cough. Agnes watches her silence louder than any lecture. You're not as useless as you look, she says finally, a faint smirk breaking through her worry. You grin, feeling like you've earned a gold star in peasant school. But the moment's cut short by a scream from outside. A neighbor's child, barely older than Will, has collapsed, her face pale and feverish. You freeze your modern brain, screaming quarantine, but no one here knows what that means. Agnes sends Will to stay with Marjorie, her hands trembling as she packs a small sack of grain. We go at dusk. She says, her voice steady despite the chaos. You want to ask about the sick kid, about the wolves, about the insanity of sneaking into a forest that looks like it eats people, but there's no time. The village is unraveling, and Agnes's plan is the only thing holding it together. You spend the afternoon hauling water from a well that's more slime than liquid, your arms aching as you curse the lack of indoor plumbing. Every splash of that murky water feels like a reminder you're not just hungry, you're one bad drink from joining the sick kid. As the sun dips low, painting the sky a bruised purple, you follow Agnes to the forest's edge. The trees are thick, their branches clawing at the fading light, and the air carries a chill that's more than just cold. You're her lookout, which mostly means standing there, heart pounding, imagining every rustle as a wolf or worse. Agnes moves like a shadow, slipping the grain into a hollow log with practiced ease. You're impressed, but also terrified. Your modern self would have posted this on social media and gotten caught in 10 seconds. A wolf howls close enough to raise the hairs on your neck, and you nearly bolt. You whisper, "This is insane," but Agnes is already done. Her face, pale but triumphant. You're halfway back to the hut. The village's faint lights, a beacon when Will's cough greets you. He's curled by the hearth, his small body shaking. Agnes drops to her knees, checking his forehead, her calm shattering. You want to help, to say something profound, but all you've got is a sinking feeling that you're out of your depth. You're about to suggest boiling water, your one medical trick, when a knock rattles the door. Cha Gregory steps in his face, a mix of concern and suspicion. "I heard about your trip to the forest," he says, his eyes locked on Agnes. "We need to talk now." You're scrubbing pottage stains off a pot when a neighbor's cough sounds like a death rattle. Welcome to the Black Death, where even breathing feels like a bad bet. The pot's rough wood scrapes your knuckles raw, but you keep scrubbing, if only to distract yourself from the chaos outside. Last night's confrontation with Cha Gregory, his sharp eyes boring into Agnes after her forest grain-hiding stunt, left a knot in your gut that no amount of medieval dish soap can untangle. The wolf's howl you heard near her secret cache still echoes in your mind, a reminder that danger is never far. But now, as you stand in Agnes's cramped hut, the air thick with smoke and worry, a new terror has arrived. A cough, deep and wet, cuts through the village like a scythe, and you know this isn't just a cold. You're no doctor, but you've seen enough zombie movies to recognize a plague when it knocks. The hut is a flickering cave of despair, the hearth's weak flames barely warming the dirt floor. Agnes kneels by Will, her 6-year-old son, whose cough has grown worse, a rasping sound that makes your chest ache. She's crushing herbs with a stone, her hands steady, but her eyes wild with fear. Will, curled under a thin blanket, looks smaller than ever, his face pale as the ash in the fire. Outside the village is a ghost of itself. The fields abandon, the air heavy with the stench of decay. The church's bell tolls not for prayer, but for the dead, its sound a grim metronome. You want to run to scream that you're not built for this, but there's nowhere to go. You're stuck, a 21st century nobody in a 14th century death trap. The goal here is to unleash the Black Death, turning the village into a crucible of fear and loss. Agnes's grain-hiding plan is still alive, but her focus is on saving Will, her defiance clashing with the plague's relentless advance. You're caught in the middle, your modern knowledge useless against a disease no one understands, and your sarcasm is the only shield you've got. The village, with its silent huts and looming church is a stage for despair, and every moment tests whether you'll break or bend. You step outside the cold, biting your face, and nearly trip over Marjorie, the old woman who seems to think starvation is a personality trait. She's leaning on a stick, her grin sharp despite the chaos. Heard the cough. Eh, she says, tossing you a turnip. Plague repeller, fresh from the dirt. You catch it grimacing. What? No hand sanitizer, you quip. But your voice shakes. Marjorie cackles, limping off to check on a neighbor. You want to admire her grit, but the cough you heard earlier rattling from a hut across the way makes your skin crawl. You're pretty sure that neighbor's not getting up again. Back inside, Agnes is a storm of quiet fury. She's boiling her herbs, the steam filling the hut with a sharp, bitter scent. Will's burning up, she says, not looking at you. I need more water. You grab a bucket, your hands trembling as you head to the well. The path is eerily silent, the usual clatter of village life replaced by muffled sobs and the occasional scream. You pass a cart piled with bodies, their faces covered with rags, and your stomach lurches. You mutter about needing a medieval CDC, but the words feel hollow. Your germ theory, your half-remembered biology classes are as useful as a paperweight in a hurricane. At the well, the water's murky, flecked with things you don't want to name. You haul it back, your arms, screaming, and find Cha Gregory at the hut's door. His robes are stained, his face gaunt, but his eyes are sharp as ever. I heard about your forest trip, he says again, his voice low. You freeze expecting a sermon, but Agnes steps in her tone, icy. We were foraging. Father, nothing more. You jump in, babbling about evil air and my asthma, hoping to sound medieval enough to throw him off. Bad smells, right? That's what's killing folks. Cha Gregory blinks confused, and you mentally high-five yourself for dodging a bullet. He mutters something about prayer and leaves, but you know he's not done. The village gathers for a mass, a desperate plea for salvation. Cha Gregory stands before the church, his voice trembling as he blames sin for the plague. Repent or perish, he cries. But the crowd, thinner than yesterday, is distracted, their eyes hollow. You stand at the back, your modern skepticism warring with the fear that maybe he's right. You notice a few villagers, missing some, fled others dead. A woman nearby clutches an onion amulet, swearing it wards off the plague. You want to laugh, to tell her about vaccines, but the buboes you saw on that cart, swollen black, like rotten grapes, keep you quiet. You're not laughing anymore. Agnes pulls you aside after the mass. Her face, a mask of determination. The grain's safe, she whispers, checking the door. But I need you to keep Will busy. He can't know how bad this is. You nod your throat tight. You sit with Will, telling him stories about the stars. Really, just your old life, dressed up as fairy tales. He listens, his cough quieter, but still there, and asks if the stars have food. You choke back a sob, promising him a feast someday. It's a lie, but it's all you've got. The day drags on the village, sinking deeper into despair. You help Agnes tend to Will, fetching more herbs from a patch near the fields. The ground is hard, the plants wilted, and every step feels like a betrayal of your old life. You're not a hero, not even close, but Agnes's trust, fragile as it is, keeps you moving. You're starting to understand her, the way she fights for Will. like it's the only thing that matters. You wish you had that kind of fire, but all you've got is sarcasm and a growing fear of the cough. As dusk falls, Agnes prepares to check her grain cache again, her movements quick and silent. You're tasked with keeping Will distracted, singing a terrible rendition of a song you half remember from your world. He giggles, but his eyes are heavy, his breathing shallow. You're about to call for Agnes when Cha Gregory bursts in his face, a mix of panic and rage. He holds up a live chicken, its wings flapping wildly, and declares, "It's a cure for Will. The plague will transfer to the bird." He insists, tying it to Will's chest. You protest your modern brain, screaming about sanitation. But Agnes grabs your arm, her eyes pleading, "Let him try." She whispers, her voice breaking, "I'll do anything to save him, even defy the church." You step back helpless as the chicken squawks and Will whimpers. Agnes's words hit you like a punch. She's not just fighting hunger or taxes. She's fighting God, or at least the man who claims to speak for him. You're still reeling when a shadow moves outside boots, crunching on the frozen ground. Agnes gasps her face, White Robert's back, and he's headed for the forest. You're crouched in Agnes's hut, heart pounding as Robert's boots crunch closer to the forest where her secret grain is hidden. Time to channel your inner spy or die trying. The air in the hut is thick, a stew of smoke and fear, and your pulse feels like it's trying to escape your body. Last night's chaos, Cha Gregory's absurd chicken cure, and Will's worsening cough has left Agnes teetering on the edge, her defiance now a blazing fire. You're still reeling from the sight of Robert's shadow moving toward the forest, his return an unwelcome encore in this medieval horror show. Will, curled by the hearth, is quieter now, his small chest rising and falling with effort. You want to believe he's getting better, but the plague's grip on the village says otherwise. Outside, the twilight paints the world in shades of ash, and every sound, every creak, every gust feels like a countdown to disaster. You're no James Bond, but you're all Agnes has, and her plan to keep her grain hidden from Robert is the village's last hope. The forest, where she stashed the sack in a hollow log, is a labyrinth of roots and mist. A place that looks like it eats dreams for breakfast. You're not sure what scares you more, Robert's ledger, which might as well be a noose, or the thought of Agnes losing everything. Your modern brain, once full of apps and algorithms, is now a mess of panic and sarcasm, and you're clinging to both like a lifeline. The goal of this chapter is to deliver the story's heart-pounding climax. Agnes's grain-hiding scheme succeeds thanks to the village's quiet rebellion and a twist where Will, the sickly 6-year-old, saves the day. Robert is the cold, relentless antagonist, his suspicion a blade at your throat, while Agnes's cunning and the village's unity shine through. You're in over your head, your quips masking a growing respect for these backward peasants who've outsmarted a system you'd never survive alone. The village cloaked in dusk is a stage for this desperate heist, and every move could be your last. You're still crouched by the door when Agnes grabs your arm, her voice a hiss. We've got to move. Robert's sniffing around the forest. Her eyes are wild, but there's a steel in them that makes you nod, even though you're 90% sure this is how you die. She glances at Will, who's dozing fitfully, and you see the weight of her choice. Risk everything for the grain, or stay and lose him to hunger. You mutter, "This is crazier than a Black Friday sale." but she's already slipping out, motioning for you to follow. The village is a ghost town, the plague claiming more lives by the hour. You pass a hut with a red cross daubed on the door, a grim warning of death inside. The fields, once patchy, are now barren. The ground cracked like broken promises. You catch sight of Tom, the village elder, lurking near the elm tree, his usual swagger dimmed. Keep Robert busy. Agnes whispers, and Tom grunts, muttering about no more monk stories if we're caught. You're impressed. He's risking his neck for her. And you're starting to see the village as more than a mud pit. You and Tom head toward the village center where Robert's horse is tethered, its breath steaming in the cold. He's pacing his ledger, open his eyes, scanning the forest's edge. You try to look casual, but you're about as subtle as a neon sign. Evening, sir, you call, your voice cracking. Lovely night for accounting. Robert's gaze snaps to you, and you feel like a bug under a magnifying glass. Tom jumps in, spinning a tale about a sick goat that needs his attention. You add, yeah, it's a real HR nightmare out here, hoping your nonsense distracts him. Robert's not amused, but he follows Tom, giving Agnes a window. You're sweating despite the chill. Your mind racing with visions of medieval jails, probably just a hole with extra rats. You spot Marjorie, the old woman who thinks famine is a comedy show, hobbling toward Robert. She collapses, dramatically wailing about demons in my bones. It's a performance worthy of an Oscar, and you almost clap. Robert hesitates, torn between his ledger and her theatrics. You seize the chance, slipping toward the forest to signal Agnes. Your boots snag on roots, and you curse the lack of flashlights, muttering about needing a PowerPoint to explain feudal taxes to these lunatics. Agnes is a shadow among the trees, moving with a grace you'll never match. She's checking the grain, her hands quick as she ties the sack tighter. You whisper a warning about Robert, and she nods, her face set. You're about to head back when you hear hooves. Robert's doubled back, his lantern cutting through the mist. Panic hits you like a truck. He's coming. You hiss, and Agnes dives behind a log, pulling you with her. The forest is alive with sounds. Owls wind your own heartbeat, and you're sure you're done for. The village, sensing the danger, springs into action. A cart accidentally tips over, blocking Robert's path. A loose goat, probably the one Tom lied about, charges him, bleeding like it's possessed. You're stunned, realizing these villagers, who you thought were just starving drones, are pulling off a heist with no training, no tech, just grit. You want to cheer, but Robert's getting closer, his boots crunching toward the hollow log. You and Agnes hold your breath. The grain sack inches from discovery. Then the twist will unnoticed has followed you. He's pale, his cough barely a whisper, but his eyes are sharp. As Robert kneels to dig near the cache, Will, hidden in the shadows, swaps the grain sack with one of dirt from a nearby pile, tucking it under straw. It's a move so slick, you almost forget he's 6. Robert unearths the dirt sack, his face twisting in frustration. He stands cursing and storms off, his lantern fading into the night. You exhale, your legs jelly, as Agnes rushes to Will, hugging him so tight you think he'll break. "You're my miracle," she whispers, and you realize these peasants just outsmarted a system that's been crushing them for centuries. The village gathers in silence. No cheers, just nods and fleeting glances. You're part of it now, not just a sarcastic outsider. Agnes leads you back to the hut, her arm around Will, and you feel a flicker of pride, even if you're still terrified. You're about to collapse by the hearth when Cha Gregory appears, his face a storm cloud. He holds up a scrap of Agnes's cloak, torn on a branch near the forest. "This isn't over, Agnes," he says, his voice low. "The Lord will hear of this. You're chewing actual bread, not bark for the first time in months. But the Lord's shadow looms, ready to snatch even this small victory. The bread is coarse, dense as a brick, but it's real warm and doesn't taste like despair." You're sitting on a rickety bench outside Agnes's hut, the spring sun casting a rare glow over the village. The memory of Cha Gregory's threat last night, his clenched fist holding a torn scrap of Agnes's cloak, hangs like a storm cloud. But for now, you savor the moment. The fields, once barren, are green with the grain. Agnes risked everything to hide a quiet miracle no one dares name. You're not naive enough to think this is a happy ending, though. The Lord's greed is a beast that never sleeps, and you're still a 21st century misfit in a world that chews up hope like chaff. The village is alive again, or at least pretending to be children, chase each other near the church. Their laughter fragile but real. Agnes stands by her hut's door, her face softer than you've ever seen, watching Will run with the others. His cough is gone, his cheeks flushed with life, and you feel a pang of relief you don't deserve. The churchyard is set for a Saints' Day festival, a modest affair with a bonfire, shared pottage, and a few barrels of weak ale. The air smells of fresh earth and roasted turnips, a far cry from the plague stench. But the forest still looming beyond the fields reminds you that safety is an illusion here. The goal of this chapter is to tie up the story's threads, celebrating the village's resilience through a hard-won harvest and a festival that honors their quiet rebellion. Agnes is the unspoken hero, her grain, the spark that kept the village alive, while Cha Gregory's wavering loyalty adds a final tension. You're no longer just a sarcastic outsider. You've earned a place here, even if you still dream of Wi-Fi. The Lord's looming taxes cast a shadow, but the village's defiance surviving against all odds is the true victory, and you're here to witness it, mocking the fleeting joy of medieval life with every bite of bread. You tear off another piece, savoring the crunch, when Marjorie hobbles over, her grin sharper than a blade. "Not bad, eh?" she says, raising a cup of ale. "Here's to outliving the Lord." You laugh, clinking your own cup, but her words hit home. The Lord's men could ride in any moment, demanding half the harvest, and you're not sure the village can take another hit. You quip, "If only we had a combine harvester to speed this up." But Marjorie just squints, assuming you're drunk. You're starting to like her, even if she thinks you're half mad. The fields are a patchwork of green and gold, the grain swaying like it knows its own worth. You spent the morning harvesting, your hands blistered from a sickle that's older than your great-grandparents'. The work was brutal, your back screaming with every swing. But there was a rhythm to it, a strange peace in the shared labor. You worked alongside Agnes, who moved like she was born with a blade in her hand, her eyes scanning the horizon for trouble. "This is ours," she said, her voice low. "No one's taking it." You nodded, your modern cynicism cracking under her resolve. You're not a farmer, but for once, you felt like you belonged. Cha Gregory is at the church, preparing for the festival's mass. You spot him through the crowd, his robes cleaner now, his face a mix of relief and doubt. He hasn't reported Agnes not yet, and you wonder if the harvest has softened him. You sidle up testing the waters. Nice day for a party. Father, maybe bribe the Lord with some pottage. He chuckles a rare sound, and you think maybe, just maybe he's on your side. But his gaze lingers on Agnes, and you know he's still wrestling with his duty. You back off muttering about needing a medieval HR department to handle this drama. The festival begins as the sun dips low, painting the sky in hues of fire. The bonfire crackles its sparks, dancing like defiant stars. Villagers gather, their faces worn, but alive, sharing bowls of pottage thicker than you've ever seen. Someone strums a battered lute. The notes off-key but heartfelt. Tom the Elder takes center stage, his chest puffed as he spins a speech about God's mercy and his own wisdom. You roll your eyes. His monk story makes a cameo naturally, but the crowd hums with approval. You notice subtle nods toward Agnes, quiet. Thanks for the grain, no one mentions. You're part of it, a silent witness to their rebellion, and it hits you. This isn't just survival, it's a middle finger to the system. You're sipping ale, marveling at its watery bite, when hooves echo in the distance. The crowd tenses, and you spot Robert, the steward, riding in with 2 men-at-arms. His ledger is out, his face carved from stone. You want to scream, to rally the village, but Agnes is already moving her calm, a stark contrast to your panic. She steps forward, her voice steady. We've grain to spare, sir. Name your share. Robert eyes, the field's calculating. 60%, he says, and you choke on your ale. 60%. That's not a tax, it's robbery. You brace for a fight, picturing pitchforks and chaos, but Agnes doesn't flinch. She negotiates her words, measured offering 40% and a barrel of ale. You're stunned. She's playing him like a chess master. Her calm, hiding a fire you wish you had. Robert hesitates, then nods, his men loading sacks onto a cart. You want to cheer, but the math hits you. 40% is still a gut punch. The village will eat, but barely. You mutter about needing a tax lawyer, earning a confused glance from a kid nearby. As Robert rides off the festival, resumes. But the joy is tempered, like a song played in a minor key. You find Agnes by the bonfire, Will asleep in her lap. She looks tired, but there's a spark in her eyes, a pride you can't name. We did it. She says, her voice soft. Not free, but ours. You nod your throat tight. You've been here months, maybe longer, and these people, their grit, their quiet defiance have changed you. You still miss your old life, the hum of a fridge, the glow of a screen. But you're not sure you'd trade this moment. You're part of something bigger, even if it's just a village no one will remember. The mass begins, Cha Gregory's voice rising over the crowd. He speaks of harvest and hope his words. Careful, omitting Agnes's defiance. The villagers cheer a sound that's more relief than joy, and you realize this is their triumph, not overthrowing the Lord, but outlasting him. You clap your hands, soar, and feel a weight lift. You're not a hero, not even close, but you helped, and that's enough. The bonfire burns low, its embers glowing like the village's spirit, and you let yourself believe just for a moment that things might be okay. Agnes leans close, her voice a whisper over the dying flames. The Lord's raising taxes next year. We'll need more grain and more tricks. Your world smells of damp straw and sweat, a gritty tang that clings to your nostrils as you stand in the muddy square of your village. It's a Sunday, the air sharp with the chill of an English autumn, and the church bells have just fallen silent. You're barely 7 years old, small for your age, your hands still soft from a childhood spent chasing chickens and dodging chores. But today, something shifts. The village square isn't for games anymore. It's a stage, and you're about to learn your role in a play you didn't choose. Welcome to the life of a medieval archer, where dreams go to die faster than a poorly aimed arrow. The crowd around you is a sea of weathered faces, men with calloused hands, women clutching shawls, children darting between legs. They're all here because they have to be king's law, etched into the bones of this land, demands it. Every able-bodied male, from boys like you to graybeards hobbling on sticks, must practice archery every Sunday after Mass. Skip it, and you'll meet the stocks, or a fine that'll leave your family eating dirt for a month. You don't understand the weight of it yet, but you feel it in the way your father's hand grips your shoulder, steering you toward the line of boys clutching bows too big for their frames. Take it. Your father mutters his voice, rough as the gravel underfoot. He shoves a bow into your hands, a clumsy thing, carved from you, taller than you by a head. It's heavier than it looks. The wood smooth, but unyielding, like it's daring you to fail. You fumble, nearly dropping it, and a snicker ripples through the older boys nearby. Your cheeks burn, but your father's eyes are on you, hard as flint. Don't shame me, he says, low enough that only you hear the king's men are watching. You glance across the square. There they are, two royal enforcers, their cloaks emblazoned with the Lion of England leaning against a cart. One chews on a strip of dried meat, his gaze lazy but sharp like a hawk sizing up a mouse. The other scribbles on a parchment, noting who's here and who's not. You've heard stories about what happens to those who dodge practice. A neighbor, Tom the Cooper, spent a day in the stocks last spring for sleeping through one session. His wife still hasn't forgiven him for the fine that cost them their only pig. The village elder, a wiry man named Godwin, with a face like a crumpled sack, steps forward. His voice cracks through the morning air, sharp enough to make you flinch. Line up, you lot. Bows ready, backs straight. The king needs warriors, not sniveling babes. He's not talking to you specifically, but it feels like he is. You shuffle into place, clutching the bow like it's a lifeline. The older boys move with practiced ease, their bows slung over shoulders, their fingers already grooved from years of pulling strings. You're not one of them. Not yet. Godwin paces the line, his boots squelching in the mud. You think this is a game, he barks, stopping in front of a boy who's fidgeting with his bowstring. The French don't care if you're tired. They'll gut you and leave your corpse for the crows. Pull that string, or I'll have you pulling weeds for the priest till Christmas. The boy, maybe 12, nods frantically, his hands shaking as he knocks an arrow. You swallow, hard, your throat dry as old bread. This isn't like chasing rabbits with a sling. This is something else, something that makes your stomach twist. Your turn comes too soon. Godwin's eyes lock onto you, and he jerks his chin. You runt. Show me you're worth the bread you eat. Your heart hammers loud enough. You're sure everyone can hear it. You fumble with the arrow. It's fletching, tickling your fingers. The bow feels like it's fighting you. The string, taut and unforgiving. You pull, or try to. The string barely budges, and your arms tremble like a newborn foal's legs. The older boys laugh a cruel sound that stings worse than a slap. Godwin doesn't laugh. He just stares, his silence heavier than any curse. Again, he says, crossing his arms. You pull harder, your fingers slipping the string, biting into your skin. Pain flares hot and sharp, but you grit your teeth. You're not a baby. You won't cry. Not here. The string moves this time, an inch, then two. Your shoulders scream, and the bow creaks like it's mocking you. The arrow wobbles, falls off the rest. You're sweating now, despite the cold, and Godwin's stare is a weight you can't shake. Pathetic, he mutters, moving on. Keep at it, or you'll be digging latrines instead of shooting. You're left alone, the bow still in your hands, your fingers stinging where the string scraped them raw. The other boys are shooting now, their arrows thwacking into straw targets 50 yards away. Some hit, some don't, but at least they're trying. You're still struggling to pull the string past your chin. Your father's watching from the edge of the square, his face unreadable. You want to run to him, to throw the bow down and beg to go home. But you know better. Home isn't a refuge. It's just another place where the king's law reaches. This is your life now, or the start of it. Every Sunday, you'll be here rain or shine, pulling this cursed bow until your hands bleed or your body gives out. You don't get a choice. The king doesn't care about your dreams of being a blacksmith or a fisherman. England needs archers, and you're it, whether you like it or not. You're not just learning to shoot. You're learning to survive a job that demands everything and gives back nothing but scars and a sore back. The square buzzes with activity. The thrum of bowstrings mixing with Godwin's shouts and the occasional cheer when an arrow hits the mark. You're still at the edge of it all, a small figure dwarfed by the bow in your hands. You try again, pulling the string with all the strength your scrawny arms can muster. It moves a little farther, this time enough to make your chest swell with something like pride. Then the string slips, snapping back against your wrist. The pain is a white-hot shock, and you bite your lip to keep from yelping. A shadow falls over you. It's your father, his face etched with lines. You're too young to understand. Keep going, he says, his voice softer, now almost gentle. You'll get it. You have to. There's no warmth in his words, only necessity. He walks away, leaving you with the bow and the weight of his expectations. You don't know it yet, but this is the first of 1,000 moments where you'll be told to keep going, no matter how much it hurts. You look at the bow, its curve gleaming faintly in the weak sunlight. It's not just a tool. It's a chain, binding you to a future you can't see. You're 7 years old, and already you're learning what it means to be an archer. Pain duty and a stubborn refusal to break. The square is alive with the chaos of practice, but you're alone in your struggle. A boy against a world that doesn't care if you succeed or fail. By noon, your fingers are raw, your arms aching like they've been stretched on a rack. Godwin calls a break, and the boys scatter, some to eat, others to nurse their blisters. You stay where you are, too tired to move. A woman, 29, her voice sharp and clear. You're not cut out for this, lad. It's one of the older boys leaning against a cart, his grin sharp as a blade. Give up now, and maybe you'll live long enough to muck stables. You don't answer. You can't. Your throat's too tight. Your hands too sore. But his words burn hotter than the sting of the bowstring. You're not cut out for this. Maybe he's right. Maybe you're too small, too weak, too soft. But then you think of your father's face, the enforcer's cold eyes, the stocks waiting for those who fail. You think of the French faceless and terrifying waiting across the sea. You think of the king whose law is as unyielding as the you in your hands. You pick up the bow again. Your fingers hurt your shoulders, scream, but you pull. The string fights. You like, it knows you're not ready. You pull harder. Your teeth gritted your eyes, stinging with sweat, or maybe something else. The arrow doesn't fly. It barely leaves the bow, tumbling into the mud a few feet away. The older boys laugh again, their voices like knives. But you don't stop. You can't stop. This is your life now, and it's only just begun. You're standing at the door to hell, and there's no turning back. The bow is your master, the king, your judge, and the world your crucible. You're 7 years old, and already you're learning what it means to be an archer, to endure, to fight to survive. Can you do it? Can you walk this path through pain and mud and blood and come out the other side? That's the question, and it's one you'll answer with every aching pull of the string. You knock another arrow. Your hands shake, but you pull anyway. The square fades. The laughter dims, and for a moment it's just you and the bow. You pull, and the string moves a fraction, a whisper, a promise. It's not enough, not yet, but it's a start. You're 10 now, and the world has shrunk to the rhythm of your aching arms. The village square, once a place of dread, is now your crucible, a patch of churned earth where you're forged into something new or broken. Trying. The bow in your hands isn't the clumsy stick you fumbled 3 years ago. It's bigger, heavier, a beast of you that seems to growl every time you touch it. Your fingers are no longer soft. They're knotted with calluses, the skin so tough you could strike a flint against it. But tough doesn't mean painless. Every pull of the string is a fresh lesson in endurance, and you're learning fast that being an archer means living with a body that's never quite your own. It's another Sunday. The sky, a sullen gray that promises rain. The village is quiet after church. The air thick with the scent of wet wool and wood smoke. You stand in a line with other boys, your boots sinking into the mud, your bow gripped tight. The target looms 50 yards away, a straw-stuffed sack painted with a red circle that mocks your every miss. You're not a child anymore, not in their eyes. You're a tool, and tools don't get to complain. The king's law hasn't changed practice or pay the price. You've seen what happens to those who falter. A lad from the next village, barely older than you, was fined so steeply his family lost their cow. Now they eat weeds. You won't let that be you. The new trainer, a grizzled man named Ralph, with a limp and a scowl carved into his face, stalks the line. His voice is a whip crack cutting through the drizzle. Pull harder, you whelps. The French won't wait for you to grow a spine. He stops in front of you, his breath sour with ale. You brace yourself, knowing what's coming. Ralph doesn't coddle. He's a former archer, his left arm thicker than his right, his fingers twisted like old roots. He's what you'll become if you survive this. Or maybe he's a warning of what happens when you don't. Show me, Ralph. Growls nodding at your bow. You swallow, your throat dry as ash. The string feels like it's made of iron, the bow a giant that laughs at your puny strength. You pull your shoulders, burning your fingers, screaming where the string digs in. The arrow trembles. On the rest, it's fletching, brushing your cheek. You're stronger than you were at 7, but not strong enough. The string fights back, and your arms shake like a sapling in a storm. The arrow flies, but it's a drunken thing, veering left and burying itself in the dirt. Ralph snorts a sound that stings worse than a lash. Again, he says, already turning away. Or you'll be hauling dung instead of arrows. You want to scream, to throw the bow into the mud and run until the village is a memory. But you don't. You can't. Your mother's face flashes in your mind, her hands worn from spinning wool to keep you fed. Your brother, too young to train, watches from the sidelines, his eyes wide with awe and fear. You're doing this for them, for the roof over their heads, for the bread that's never quite enough. So you pull again and again, each draw carving a deeper groove in your soul. The pain is your teacher now, and it's relentless. The training isn't just about shooting. It's about breaking you down and building you into something else, a machine of muscle and will. Every day, not just Sundays, you're at it. Mornings begin with hauling stones, each one heavier than the last, until your arms feel like they'll snap. Afternoons are for pulling weights. Crude sacks of gravel tied to ropes that you drag across the field. Your hands bleed, the skin splitting where blisters burst, but Ralph doesn't care. Blood's cheap, he says one day, tossing you a rag. Weakness costs more. You wrap your hands and keep going, because stopping isn't an option. Your body is changing, and not for the better. Your left arm, the one that pulls the string, is growing thicker, the bones stretching under the strain. You catch glimpses of it in the stream when you wash a limb that doesn't match the rest of you. It's not muscle alone. It's something deeper, something wrong. Your shoulders ache even when you sleep, a dull throb that never leaves. Your spine feels like it's twisting, caught in a tug of war between the bow and your own flesh. You're too young to know what this means, but you hear whispers from the older boys. Keep at it. One says, his voice low, and your bones will turn to stone. He shows you his hand, the fingers gnarled, the joints swollen. You look away, but the image sticks. The bow demands more than your body. It demands your mind, your focus, your everything. You're not allowed to play like other children, to chase dogs or climb trees. Your free hours are spent practicing the same motion, knock, draw, release, thousands of times until your muscles move without thought. The other boys in the village, the ones destined for plows or anvils, mock you. Bow boy, they call snickering as you trudge past your arms too sore to lift a stick. You hate them for it, but you hate the bow more. It's your captor, your tormentor, a wooden god that demands worship. Yet there's a flicker of something else, something you don't dare name. When an arrow hits the target dead center, when the straw splits with a satisfying thwack, you feel it, a spark of power, of control. It's fleeting, drowned out by the pain, but it's there. You're getting better. Not good, not yet, but better. Ralph notices, though he'd never admit it. One day, he grunts as your arrow grazes the red circle. Less useless than yesterday, he says, and it's the closest thing to praise you'll get. You cling to it, a crumb of hope in a world of hurt. The village changes around you, or maybe you're the one changing. The other boys, your age, are growing tall, their voices cracking as they edge toward manhood. You're growing too, but not like them. Your left arm is a stranger, your back a map of aches. Your fingers, once nimble enough to braid grass, are stiff. The skin, so thick a needle would bend before piercing it. You're not a boy anymore. Not really. You're something else. Something the bow is making you. The older archers, the ones who've survived battles, call it the mark. They show you their hands, their shoulders, their twisted spines. This is what it costs. One says, his voice, heavy with ale and regret. You pay, or you die. You don't want to believe him, but your body tells the truth. Every night, you collapse onto your straw pallet, too tired to dream. Your mother tries to help, rubbing your shoulders with a salve that smells of herbs and desperation. You're strong, she whispers, her voice cracking. Stronger than I was. You don't know what she means. And you're too exhausted to ask. You just nod, your eyes heavy, your body a battleground, where the bow always wins. The years blur, each one a grind of pull, release, ache. You're 12 now, and the bow isn't a beast anymore. It's part of you, an extension of your warped frame. You can pull the string past your ear, hold it steady for a heartbeat before letting the arrow fly. The target doesn't mock you as often. You're hitting the red circle more than you miss, and Ralph's grunts are less scornful. But the cost is written in your bones. Your left arm is half again as thick as your right, a grotesque mirror of the men who trained you. Your spine curves slightly, a silent scream etched into your skeleton. Your fingers bear grooves where the string has carved its claim, marks that will never fade. You hear stories of what this training does, whispered by the older boys around the fire, skeletons dug up from old graves. They say, show archers' bones, twisted like vines, their left arms monstrous, their spines bent under the weight of 1,000 draws. You don't need graves to know it's true. You feel it every time you move. Every time you breathe, you're becoming one of them, a man shaped by the bow, warped by its demands. The other boys, the ones who'll never see a battlefield, look at you with pity now, not mockery. They don't understand, but you do. This is survival, and survival has a price. One evening, as the sun dips low and the practice field empties, Ralph lingers. He's never done this before, and it makes your stomach twist. He looks at you, his eyes like chips of slate. You'll do, he says, his voice gruff, but not unkind. Not great, but you'll do. It's not much, but it's enough to make your chest tighten. You nod, too tired to speak, and he limps away. You're alone with the bow, the target, the pain. You pull the string one last time, not because you have to, but because you can. You're 12 years old, and you're no longer just a boy. You're an archer, or close to it. The bow has claimed your body, reshaped it in its image. Your bones are its canvas, your muscles, its clay. Can you keep going? Can you endure the years ahead, the battles waiting beyond the horizon? The bow doesn't care. It never did. But you do. And that's the difference. You knock another arrow, your fingers steady despite the ache. You pull, and the world narrows to the target. The string the spark of defiance in your heart. You're 14, and the longbow is no longer just a tool. It's your shadow, your jailer, your reluctant bride, taller than you carved from you. That's older than your village. It stands propped against the wall of your family's hut, silent but demanding. Its curve catches the flicker of the hearth, a sleek promise of power and pain. You hate it, but you can't escape it. Every morning, it's there waiting for you to pick it up, to dance its brutal dance. They say an archer's bow is his wife, and if that's true, yours is a cruel one. Beautiful and unforgiving, who takes everything and gives nothing back but blisters and a grudging respect. The air is crisp today, a spring dawn that paints the fields gold. You're in the training yard, a stretch of trampled grass on the village's edge, where the older boys' men now really gather to hone their craft. You're not a runt anymore. Your shoulders are broad, your arms corded with muscle that wasn't there 2 years ago. But the bow doesn't care. It's a tyrant. It's draw weight. A challenge that never gets easier. You've heard tales of bows pulling 90 pounds, but yours feels heavier, like it's conspiring with the wind to test you. Some of the men speak of bows that demand 180 pounds, enough to lift a grown sheep with 3 fingers. You're not there yet, but every pull brings you closer, and every pull leaves its mark. You grip the bow, its wood warm from your hands, and knock an arrow. The string is hemp, waxed smooth, but it bites like a viper when you draw. Your fingers, scarred and grooved, know the sting too well. You pull, and the world narrows to the strain in your chest, the fire in your shoulders. The string resists a living thing that fights your will. You hold it, your breath shallow, your eyes locked on the target 100 yards away. Release. The arrow sings a sharp whistle that ends in a thud as it pierces the straw. Not dead center, but close. You're getting good, but good isn't enough. The bow demands perfection, and it's a harsh judge. Keep your elbow up. A voice rumbles behind you. It's Cedric, the village's bowyer, a wiry man with eyes like a hawk and hands stained from years of shaping you. He's not your trainer, not officially, but he watches you like you're one of his creations. You're slacking, lad. That bow'll snap you in half if you don't respect it. You nod, wiping sweat from your brow. Cedric's not wrong. The longbow is a marvel 6 feet of crafted power, but it's also a beast that punishes mistakes. You've seen what happens when a bowstring breaks. Mid-draw, a man named Will lost 2 fingers last summer, his scream echoing for days in your dreams. You draw again slower this time, feeling every inch of the string's resistance. Your back creaks a dull ache that's become your constant companion. The bow's draw weight is a cruel arithmetic too weak, and the arrow won't fly true. Too strong, and you'll tear something inside you. You've heard of archers crippled by their own weapons, their shoulders ground to dust, their spines twisted like old oaks. You're not there yet, but you feel the warning signs. Your right hand, the one that holds the bow, throbs where the wood presses against bone. Your left, the drawing hand is worse, swollen joints, a bone spur you can feel under the skin. You're 14, and already your body is a map of sacrifices. The bow isn't just about shooting. It's about living with it, caring for it, coaxing it to stay true. After practice, you kneel in the grass, the bow across your lap, like a sleeping giant. You check the string first, running your fingers along its length. It's dry, thank God. Rain turns hemp to mush, stretching it until it's useless. You dig into your pouch, a scrap of leather that smells of wax and sweat, and pull out a lump of beeswax. You rub it into the string, slow and careful, until it gleams. Cedric taught you this. His voice, sharp in your memory. A dry string's a dead string, boy. Treat it like your life depends on it, because it does. You believe him. You've seen a string snap in battle drills, the bow lashing back like a whip, leaving welts that didn't fade for weeks. The bow itself is another matter. You is strong, but it's fickle. Store it wrong, and it warps, turning your prized weapon into kindling. You've learned to keep it upright, away from the damp, its limbs unstrung when not in use. You loosen the string, now easing the tension, and the bow sighs a faint creak that's almost human. You run your hand along its length, checking for cracks, for splinters, for any sign of weakness. It's perfect, or as close as you'll get. Cedric's work is flawless, but even his bows have limits. They break. Eventually, he told you once, his voice heavy, like us. You push the thought away, but it lingers a shadow at the edge of your mind. You're not alone in this ritual. The other archers, their bows propped beside them, are doing the same, waxing strings, polishing wood, muttering curses or prayers. One, a lanky man named Hugh, with a scar across his cheek, laughs as he works. "This thing's worse than my wife," he says loud enough for the others to hear. "At least she feeds me sometimes." The men chuckle, but you don't. You know what he means? The bow is a partner, but it's a demanding one, always taking, never giving. You've started calling yours Maud in your head, a name you'd never say aloud. It feels right, though, like naming a storm or a wolf. The physical toll is only half the story. The bow reshapes you in ways you can't see not yet. You've heard the older men talk, their voices low about the price of their craft. Arthritis that locks their hands in winter. Bone spurs that stab with every move, spines compressed until they can't stand straight. You feel it already, in the way your shoulders grind when you lift the bow, in the sharp pain that lances through your elbow. After a long day, you're young, but not young enough to ignore it. The bow is carving you as surely as Cedric carves wood, and there's no escaping its blade. You finish your maintenance and stand the bow slung across your back. It's light, only a few pounds, but it feels heavier, like it carries the weight of every arrow you've shot. You head to the stream to wash the cold water, a shock against your skin. Your reflection stares back, and you barely recognize it. Your face is still boyish, but your arms are wrong, too thick, too uneven, like they belong to someone else. You flex your left hand, wincing as the joints protest. The bow has claimed you, and you're not sure if you're its master or its slave. Back at the hut, your mother is mending a shirt, her fingers deft despite the years. She looks at you, her eyes soft but searching. "You're careful with that thing, aren't you?" she asks, nodding at the bow. You nod, but it's a lie. Careful doesn't matter. The bow doesn't care about caution. It demands everything. Your strength, your pain, your future. You sit by the fire, the bow beside you, and for a moment, you let yourself imagine a life without it. A life where your hands are whole, your back straight, your days, your own. It's a fleeting thought, crushed by the weight of reality. The king needs archers. The village needs you. The bow needs you. Night falls, and you lie on your pallet, the bow propped in the corner like a sentinel. You're exhausted, but sleep doesn't come easy. Your body hums with the day's strain, a song of aches and twinges. You think of Cedric, of Hugh, of the men whose bodies are testaments to the bow's cruelty. You think of Maud, silent but ever present, waiting for tomorrow's dance. Can you keep this up? Can you live with this wooden wife, this relentless partner that shapes you with every pull? The question hangs in the dark, unanswered. You close your eyes, but the bow is still there, etched into your mind. It's part of you now, as much as your heart or your hands. You're an archer, bound to this weapon, this life. Tomorrow you'll pick it up again. Wax the string, check the limbs, and draw until your body begs for mercy. You'll do it because you have to, because the bow doesn't forgive, and neither does the world you're being shaped to serve. You're 16, and the world feels heavier than it should. Not just the weight of expectation, though that's heavy enough. It's the literal weight strapped to your back, slung at your hip, and dangling from your belt. You're an archer now, not just in training, but in truth, called to march with the king's men for a campaign across the sea. The village is behind you, a smudge of smoke and memory, and ahead lies a battlefield you can't yet imagine. But before you face the enemy, you face a more immediate foe, the crushing load of gear that turns you into a walking armory, half man, half mule. Welcome to war, where your first fight is just carrying your life on your shoulders. Dawn breaks over the camp, a muddy sprawl of tents and cook fires on the edge of a coastal town. The air smells of salt and horse dung, the horizon glinting with the promise of ships that'll carry you to France. You're crouched by your gear, a pile that looks like it belongs to a small army, not one scrawny lad. Your longbow, Maud, leans against a crate, its 6-foot frame gleaming in the weak light. It's light on its own, maybe 4 pounds, but it's just the start. You've got arrows, dozens of them, enough to make your back groan. Armor weapons, and a mess of odds and ends complete the load. You're not packing for a stroll. You're packing to survive. You start with the arrows, because without them, Maud's just a fancy stick. The quartermaster, a sour-faced man named Giles, with a nose like a turnip, handed you a bundle yesterday. 60, he barked, thrusting the sheaf into your arms. Lose 'em, and you're dead. You counted 72 a small mercy, but they're no featherweight. Each arrow is 3 feet long, fletched with goose feathers tipped with steel that can punch through oak. Together, they weigh as much as a sack of grain, nearly 10 pounds. You don't have a fancy quiver, like the lords in stories. Instead, you tie them in a bundle and sling them at your hip, the shafts jabbing your thigh with every step. A few you tuck into your belt, their fletchings tickling your waist. The rest, you'll figure it out. Maybe stab them into the ground when the fighting starts, if you don't trip over them first. Next comes the armor, if you can call it that. You're no knight draped in shining plate. You get a gambeson, a quilted jacket stuffed with wool that feels like wearing a mattress. It's 15 pounds of sweaty misery chafing your neck and trapping heat like a baker's oven. You pull it on wincing as the straps dig into your shoulders. Some of the older archers have chainmail 20 pounds of clinking steel, but you're not that lucky or unlucky. The gambeson's bad enough, turning every move into a slog. You adjust it, hoping it'll protect you from a stray dagger. But deep down, you know it's more hope than armor. Your helmet is a simple thing. A rounded cap of iron that weighs 3 pounds and wobbles when you move. It's better than nothing, but it presses against your skull like a jealous lover. You tie it to your belt for now, unwilling to bake your brain before the march begins. A buckler, a small wooden shield, comes next. Another 3 pounds, its leather strap cutting into your arm. You're not trained to use it much, but it's there for the desperate moments when arrows run dry. You sling it over your back, where it clatters against the gambeson like a drunk carpenter's hammer. Weapons are the next burden. Maud can't do everything, so you carry a dagger. Its blade short, but sharp enough to gut a fish or a man. It's a pound, maybe 2, tied to your thigh, where it slaps against your leg. You've got a hammer, too. A crude thing with a wooden handle and a steel head. Good for smashing armor or skulls if you get close enough. It's heavy 4 pounds, and you loop it through your belt, praying you'll never need it. The thought of swinging it at a charging knight makes your stomach lurch. You're an archer, not a brawler. But war doesn't care about your preferences. Then there's the rest, the small things that add up. A pouch of wax for your bowstring, because a wet string is a death sentence. Spare strings, 3 of them coiled in waxed cloth and tucked into your gambeson's pocket. They're light, but they're one more thing to track. A flint and steel for fires, a scrap of bread wrapped in cloth, a water skin that's already half empty. You've got a cloak thin and patched to keep the rain off, and a pair of spare boots slung over your shoulder. Their soles worn but better than nothing. You even carry arrow-making supplies, extra heads, feathers, a tiny knife for fletching, because running out of ammo mid-battle is a one-way ticket to the grave. All told, your gear weighs 60 pounds, maybe 80. You're not a man anymore. You're a beast of burden, staggering under a load that would make a mule weep. You stand testing the weight and nearly topple. The arrows shift, jabbing your hip. The gambeson pulls at your shoulders, the hammer tugging your belt askew. Maud, slung across your back, feels like a spiteful child clinging to you. You take a step, then another, each one. A negotiation with gravity. The other archers are packing too, their curses filling the air like a chorus. 1. A wiry man named Simon, with a laugh, like a donkey's bray, grins at you. Look at us, he says, hefting his own load. Half archer, half pack horse. Bet the knights don't carry their own chamber pots. You force a smile, but your back's already screaming, and you haven't even started marching. The camp stirs, horns blaring as the army prepares to move. You fall into line, your gear clanking like a tinker's cart. The weight settles, a constant pressure that makes every breath a choice. You adjust the arrows, hoping they'll stop digging into your thigh. They don't. You shift Maud, trying to keep her from banging your spine. She doesn't cooperate. The gambeson straps bite deeper, and you're sure they'll leave marks that won't fade for weeks. You're not walking to war. You're waging it with every step, fighting a battle against your own equipment. The march begins, a slow trudge through mud that sucks at your boots. The coast fades behind you, the ships waiting to carry you to slaughter. You focus on moving on, keeping the load balanced. The arrows jostle the hammer, swings, the buckler rattles. Your shoulders burn, not from pulling a bowstring, but from carrying your life in a tangle of leather and steel. You think of home, of your mother's quiet prayers, your brother's wide-eyed stare. You're doing this for them, you tell yourself. But the weight makes it hard to believe. A shout pulls you from your thoughts. Keep up, you laggards. It's the sergeant, a bull of a man named Baldwin, his face red from shouting or ale. He rides a horse, his armor gleaming while you slog through the mire. You think the French'll wait for you to catch your breath. He bellows, spurring past. You grit your teeth, forcing your legs to move faster. The gear shifts, the arrows stabbing harder. You're not sure what's worse, the load or the shame of being called out. Either way, you keep going because stopping isn't an option. By midday, your body is a map of complaints. Your back throbs, your hips ache, your shoulders feel like they're being crushed under a millstone. The gambesons soaked with sweat, clinging to you like a second skin. The helmet, still tied to your belt, bangs against your thigh, a metronome of misery. You're not alone in your suffering. Simon, marching beside you, mutters curses with every step. This gear'll kill me before the French do, he says, his grin gone. You nod, too tired to reply. The weight is a shared enemy binding you to these men in a way words never could. You pause at a stream, the army halting to refill waterskins. You drop to your knees, the gear settling like a landslide. You check Maud first, making sure the string's dry, the wood unwarped. She's fine. The only thing that hasn't betrayed you today. The arrows are another story. Some have shifted, their fletchings crushed. You rearrange them, your fingers clumsy with fatigue. The other archers do the same. Their movements slow, deliberate. You're not just carrying gear. You're carrying your survival, and every piece matters. Night falls, and you collapse by a fire, the gear piled beside you like a jealous lover. Your body aches in ways you didn't know it could. You're 16, and you're carrying the weight of a man twice your age. Can you do this? Can you march to war, lugging this burden, and still have the strength to fight? The fire crackles, offering no answers. You close your eyes, the weight still pressing down, even in your dreams. You're 16, and the road to war is a river of mud. Your boots sink with every step, the earth clinging like a spiteful child, and the 60 pounds of gear on your back make each movement a battle. The English coast is a memory, now swallowed by the gray horizon of France. You're marching inland, part of a ragged column of archers, knights, and foot soldiers, all trudging toward a fight you've only heard whispered about. The enemy is out there somewhere, but right now, your real foes are the rain, the cold, and the endless miles that turn your body into a knot of pain. Welcome to the march, where survival means moving forward, one miserable step at a time. The day begins before dawn, the camp stirring under a sky heavy with clouds. You wake on the ground, your cloak damp from the night's drizzle, your muscles stiff as old leather. There's no fire orders from the captain, who fears the smoke will draw scouts. Breakfast is a crust of bread, hard as stone, and a sip of water that tastes of leather from your skin. You chew slowly, your jaw aching, and force it down. The other archers are up too, their faces grim, their curses muffled. You check your gear, a ritual born of necessity. Maud. Your longbow is dry. Thank God. Her string coiled safely in waxed cloth. The arrows at your hip are intact, though the fletchings are starting to fray. You adjust the gambeson, its weight, a familiar ache, and sling the hammer tighter to your belt. You're ready, or as ready as you'll ever be. The horn sounds a low wail that cuts through the gloom. Move out. The cry comes from the front, where the knights ride their horses snorting in the mist. You fall into line, the column stretching like a wounded snake. The road, if you can call it that, is a churned mess of dirt and manure, pitted with ruts that could swallow a cart. You've heard of Roman roads paved and straight, but this is no empire. This is France, and the land itself seems to hate you. Your boots thin-soled and leaking slip in the muck, and you grab Simon's arm to keep from falling. He grunts his own load teetering. Careful, he mutters, his voice hoarse. Break an ankle, and they'll leave you for the crows. You nod your breath, fogging in the chill. The march is 20 miles today, maybe more, and you've got to keep pace. The knights ride ahead, their armor clinking, while you and the archers slog behind your gear, rattling like a tinker's wares. The weight is brutal, the gambeson chafing your neck, the arrows jabbing your thigh. Maud slung across your back, bangs against your spine with every step. You try to adjust her, but it's no use. She's as stubborn as the mud, and twice as unforgiving. You focus on moving on, lifting one foot, then the other. Each step, a small victory over the earth that wants to claim you. The rain starts an hour in a cold drizzle that soaks your cloak and turns the road to slurry. Your boots are useless now, water seeping through the seams, your toes numb. The gambeson drinks the rain, growing heavier, its woolen stink filling your nose. You check your bowstring, panic spiking as you feel the damp. You fumble for the waxed cloth, wrapping it tighter, praying it holds. A wet string is a dead archer, and you're not ready to die before the battle even starts. Simon, trudging beside you, curses the sky. God's pissing on us, he says, his grin more grimace than smile. You don't laugh. You're too cold, too tired, too focused on not slipping. The terrain is a nightmare. The road twists through fields that might have been green once, but are now a sea of brown sludge. Hedges loom on either side, their thorns snagging your cloak, tearing holes you can't mend. A hill rises ahead, its slope, gentle but deadly, under the weight you carry. You climb your calves, burning your breath, ragged. The hammer at your belt swings, throwing you off balance, and you stumble, catching yourself on a rock. Pain shoots through your knee, but you keep going. Stopping means falling behind, and falling behind means death. Maybe not today, but soon. The army's guide, a local man named Pierre, with a face like a starved fox, leads the way. He's supposed to know these paths, but you're not so sure. Yesterday, he took you through a bog that swallowed a cart, the driver's screams haunting your sleep. You watch him now, his cloak flapping as he scurries ahead, and wonder if he's leading you to glory or a trap. The knights don't trust him either, their hands never far from their swords. But you're just an archer, too low to question orders. You march, and you pray. Pierre's not selling you out to the French. You're 16, and the battlefield is a cauldron of chaos. The mud of the march is behind you, replaced by a churned field in the heart of France, where the air hums with the clatter of steel and the screams of men. You stand shoulder to shoulder, with 100 other archers. Maud in your hands, her string taut and ready. Across the field, the French army glitters a wall of knights in plate armor, their banners snapping in the wind. They're coming for you, but you're not just a boy with a bow. You're a cog in a machine of death, trained to turn this field into a graveyard. Welcome to battle, where your arrows are the storm, and you're the one who calls it down. The morning is cold, the sky, a bruised purple that casts long shadows. You're positioned on a slight rise. The ground, soft but firm enough to hold your stance. The English army is arrayed in a crescent archers on the flanks, men-at-arms in the center, stakes sharpened and driven into the earth, form a jagged barrier before you, a gift to slow the French cavalry. You've spent hours planting them, your hands raw from the work, but they're worth it. The knight's horses will falter, and that's when you'll strike. You glance at Simon, his face pale, but set his bow steady. He catches your eye and nods a grim acknowledgement that you're in this together, for better or worse. The captain, a grizzled man named Sir Roger, with a voice like gravel, paces behind the line. His armor clanks, but his eyes are sharp, scanning the enemy. Hold steady, he bellows his words, cutting through the din. Wait for my signal and make every shot count. You nod, though he's not looking at you. Your heart pounds a drumbeat that drowns out the distant trumpets of the French you've trained for this spent years bending your body to the bow's will. But nothing prepares you for the sight of 1,000 armored men marching toward you, their lances gleaming like teeth. You knock an arrow, its steel tip glinting. Maud feels alive in your hands, her wood warm from your grip. The string is dry, waxed to perfection, and you thank the stars for that. You've got 72 arrows at your hip, their weight a comfort now, not a burden. You've practiced this 1,000 times. Knock, draw, release. But this isn't a straw target. These are men, and they want you dead. You push the thought away, focusing on the rhythm, the muscle memory that's kept you alive this far. Your fingers grooved and calloused. Find the string like they were born for it. The French are closer now, their formation tightening, their shields raised. You can see their faces or the visors that hide them, and the sight sends a chill down your spine. Sir Roger raises a flag, red as blood, and the archers tense. Draw, he roars, and you obey, pulling Maud's string to your ear. The strain is familiar, a fire in your shoulders, but you hold it, your eyes locked on the advancing line. The French are 200 yards away, close enough to hear their shouts, their horses' hooves thundering. You adjust for the wind, a faint breeze from the west, and tilt your bow slightly. You're not aiming at a man, not yet. You're aiming at a zone, a killing field, where your arrows will converge. Loose. The flag drops, and you release. Maud sings a sharp twang that joins 100 others, and the sky darkens with arrows. They arc high, a swarm of steel-tipped wasps, and then descend a deadly rain that strikes the French like a hammer. Screams erupt, horses rearing, men falling, as arrows find gaps in armor, knees, necks, faces. Your first shot is gone, but you don't pause to watch. You knock another draw and loose the motion fluid, automatic. 10 arrows, a minute, 12. If you push it, each one, A message to the enemy: stay back or die. The French don't stop. They're brave or foolish, and they press forward their shields, splintering under the barrage. You're in the rhythm. Now your body, a machine, your mind sharp. The archer's line curves slightly, a tactic to funnel the enemy into a tighter mass where your arrows can't miss. You aim lower, now picking targets: a knight whose visor is up a horse with no armor. Your arrows fly true, one piercing a man's shoulder, another dropping a charger mid-stride. The field is a chaos of bodies and blood, but you don't flinch. You can't. There's no room for mercy when survival's on the line. Simon's beside you, his breath ragged but steady. Keep him coming. He shouts, his voice hoarse over the din. You nod, your fingers burning, as you draw again. The stakes are doing their job, slowing the cavalry, forcing the horses to shy or impale themselves. The French infantry stumbles over their own dead, their shields useless against the angled volleys. You're not just shooting. You're rewriting the battlefield, turning open ground into a slaughter pen. 1,000 arrows a minute, 10,000 in 10. And the French are paying for every step. But war isn't one-sided. The French have archers too, and their crossbows start to answer. A bolt whistles past, close enough to stir your hair, and you duck instinctively. Another hits the ground near your feet, its steel head buried in the dirt. You curse, your heart racing, but you don't stop. You can't. Sir Roger's voice cuts through the panic. Ignore 'em. Keep shooting. You obey. Though fear claws at your gut, you're exposed. Your gambeson no match for a crossbow's punch. You focus on the rhythm, knock, draw, loose. Because hesitation is death. Your arrows dwindle the bundle at your hip lighter with every shot. You're down to 30, maybe less, and the French are still coming. They're closer now, 100 yards. Their armor dented but unyielding. You switch to bodkin points, arrows designed to pierce plate and aim for weak spots, joints, gaps, anything that'll bring a man down. One shot fells a knight, the arrow slipping through his gorget, and he collapses, a tin giant brought low. You feel a surge of triumph, but it's fleeting. There's no time to celebrate when the next wave is charging. The wind shifts stronger now, and you adjust, tilting your bow to compensate. The sun breaks through the clouds, low and blinding, and you grin despite yourself. It's in the French's eyes, not yours, a small gift from God or luck. You loose another volley, the arrows catching the light as they fall. A glittering storm that reaps another dozen men. But the enemy's learning. They're spreading out their shields tighter, their advance slower, but relentless. You're not invincible, and they know it. Your arms ache, the strain of 100 draws catching up, but you push through. Pain's an old friend, and you've got work to do. A horn blares, not English, and the French surge, their cavalry breaking through a gap in the stakes. Panic ripples down the line, but Sir Roger's already shouting, "Hold the flanks, aim for the horses." You pivot your arrows, now targeting the chargers, their flanks exposed. One falls, its rider thrown, and you loose again, the arrow finding another beast's chest. The cavalry falters, but not enough. They're 50 yards away, close enough to see the rage in their eyes. Your arrows are nearly gone, a dozen left, and you're counting each one like a prayer. Simon's voice breaks through sharp with fear. We're running low. You glance at him, his face streaked with sweat, his bundle as thin as yours. You don't answer. There's nothing to say. You loose another shot, then another, your fingers trembling, but sure. The French are too close now, their swords gleaming, their shouts a roar that drowns out your heartbeat. Sir Roger's flag waves, frantically signaling a shift, but you're too focused to care. You're an archer, and this is your moment, your storm, your rain of arrows. The battle's not over, but you're still here. Maud, singing in your hands, the field littered with your work. Can you keep this up? Can you stand against the tide? Your arrows, a wall of death, and live to see the sun set. The French are closing their steel, a promise of pain, but you're not done. You knock another arrow your last, and draw. The world narrows to the string, the target, the spark of defiance that's kept you alive. You loose, and the arrow flies, carrying your will into the heart of the storm. You're 16, and the battlefield has turned against you. The air once thick with the whistle of your arrows now reeks of blood and fear. The French are closer than they've ever been. Their armor glinting through the haze of dust and smoke. Your quiver is empty, the last of your 72 arrows spent turning knights into pincushions. Maud, your longbow hangs useless in your hand, a silent partner with nothing left to say. The English line is buckling, and the enemy is upon you. Swords drawn, eyes burning with vengeance. Welcome to close combat, where you're no longer an archer, but a desperate man fighting for your life with whatever you can swing. The field is a slaughterhouse littered with broken stakes and bodies both French and English. The sun, low and cruel, casts long shadows that mingle with the carnage. You stand in the archer's line, your heart hammering your gambeson soaked with sweat. The French infantry has breached the gap where the stakes failed their shouts, a deafening roar. You've never been this close to the enemy, never seen the hate in their eyes as they charge their blades, flashing like lightning. Your arrows held them at bay, but now the distance is gone, and you're as exposed as a rabbit in a wolf's den. Sir Roger, the captain, is somewhere behind his voice, hoarse from shouting orders that no one can hear over the chaos. The men-at-arms are fighting to hold the center, their swords clashing with a sound like a blacksmith's forge. But you're not one of them. You're an archer, trained to kill from afar, not to face a man's blade up close. You glance at Simon, his face ashen, his bow discarded. He's clutching a dagger, its blade no longer than your hand. And you know, it's as useless as yours against a knight's longsword. Stay sharp. He mutters, his voice trembling. They're coming for us. You drop Maud, letting her fall to the dirt. She's no use now. But the act feels like betrayal, like abandoning a friend. Your hand finds the hammer at your belt. Its wooden handle slick with sweat. It's a crude thing, meant for driving stakes or smashing armor. But it's all you've got. The steel head is heavy, comforting in its weight, but you're no warrior. You've never swung it at a man, never felt the crunch of bone under its blow. The thought makes your stomach churn, but there's no time for doubt. The French are 30 yards away. Their shields lock their steps relentless. You grab your buckler too, the small wooden shield strapped to your arm. It's light, barely 3 pounds, but it feels like a child's toy against the enemy's steel. You've practiced with it once, maybe twice in drills that felt like games compared to this. The gambeson clings to you, its quilted bulk a faint hope against the blade. Your helmet tied to your belt, until now goes on its iron cap, pressing against your skull. It's better than nothing, but not by much. You're a patchwork of gear, A boy playing at war, and the French know it. They're trained for this, born to it, while you're just an archer who's run out of tricks. The first wave hits like a tide. A French foot soldier, his face hidden behind a visor, charges straight for you. His sword is raised a wicked curve of steel that catches the sun. You raise the buckler, your arm trembling, and the blade crashes against it, the impact jarring your bones. Wood splinters, and you stagger your feet, slipping in the blood-slick mud. You swing the hammer, a wild arc that misses by a foot. The soldier laughs a guttural sound and swings again. You duck the blade whistling over your head and lunge, driving the hammer into his knee. There's a crack, and he screams, collapsing. You don't stop to think. You swing again, the hammer finding his helmet, and he goes still. You're shaking your breath, ragged, but there's no time to process it. Another soldier's coming, this one, bigger as mace, a blur of iron. You dodge, barely the mace grazing your gambeson, tearing a gash in the quilted wool. You're not fast enough for this, not strong enough. You swing the hammer, but it's like hitting a wall, the impact reverberating up your arm. The soldier snarls, raising his mace, and you know you're done. Then Simon's there, his dagger flashing, stabbing under the man's arm. The soldier stumbles, and you seize the chance, smashing the hammer into his side. He falls, and you're alive for now. The battle is a blur, a nightmare of steel and screams. You fight because you have to, because stopping means dying. Your hammer is slick with blood. Your buckler cracked your gambeson, hanging in tatters. You're not a hero, not even close. You're a cornered animal lashing out with whatever you've got. Some archers try to use their bows as clubs, swinging the yew like staffs, but it's a losing game. You see one go down his bow, shattered a sword through his chest. You don't look away. You can't afford to. The French keep coming, their numbers endless, or so it seems. You're fighting in a knot of archers now, a desperate cluster trying to hold the line. Simon's at your side, his dagger red to the hilt. Another archer, a boy you don't know, wields an axe, its blade chipped but deadly. You work together, a clumsy dance of hammer, dagger, and axe, felling enemies when you can, retreating when you must. The ground is a morass of mud and gore, tripping you as often as it slows. The French, your helmet's dented, struck by a glancing blow you barely felt. Your arms numb, your shoulders screaming, but you keep swinging because there's nothing else to do. A knight looms ahead, his plate armor, a fortress of steel. He's not like the foot soldiers, not a man you can outrun or outfight. His sword is longer than your arm, his shield broad enough to hide behind. You freeze your hammer useless against that wall of metal. Simon grabs your arm, pulling you back. Run, you fool. He hisses, his eyes wide with terror, but there's nowhere to run. The knight advances slow and deliberate, his visor down. His intent clear. You raise the buckler, knowing it's pointless, and brace for the end. Then a shout, English this time, and the men-at-arms surge forward, their spears leveling the knight. He fights, but they overwhelm him, their blades finding the gaps in his armor. You're pushed back, stumbling over a body, your hammer slipping from your grip. You scramble for it, your fingers clawing the mud, and find it slick. But yours. The battle's shifting, the English rallying, but you're still in the thick of it. A boy with a hammer against a world of swords. The chaos thins, or maybe you're just too tired to notice. The French are falling back, their line breaking under the weight of English steel and stubbornness. You're alive, somehow. Your body, a map of bruises and cuts. Simon's beside you, panting his dagger, lost somewhere in the fray. The boy, with the axe is gone, maybe dead, maybe fled. You don't know, and you're too drained to care. Maud lies where you left her untouched, a relic of a fight you couldn't win with arrows. Sir Roger's voice breaks through faint but fierce regroup. Hold the line. You stagger to your feet, the hammer heavy in your hand, the buckler hanging by a thread. The battle's not over, but you've survived this round, this desperate shift from distance to desperation. Can you do it again? Can you face the next wave? Your arrow's gone, your body failing, and still come out alive. The field is silent now, or as silent as a graveyard can be, and you're standing in it, a boy who's learned what it means to fight when the bow fails. You pick up Maud, not because you need her, but because she's yours. The hammer goes back to your belt, the buckler to your arm. You're an archer, but today you're something else. Something forged in blood and mud, something that refuses to break. The French will come again, and you'll be ready, or you won't. Either way, you're still here, and that's enough for now. You're 16, and the battlefield's roar has faded to a dull hum, but your body screams louder than ever. The French have retreated their banners, vanishing into the dusk, leaving a field strewn with the dead and dying. You're alive somehow, but not unscathed. A gash on your arm weeps blood, a parting gift from a French sword that came too close. Your shoulder throbs where a mace grazed it, and your ribs ache from a fall you don't remember taking. You're not on the battlefield anymore, but in a makeshift hospital, a tent that smells of rot and despair, where men groan and surgeons wield tools that look more like torture devices than medicine. Welcome to healing medieval style, where the cure might kill you faster than the wound. The tent is a canvas purgatory, its walls stained with blood and smoke. Straw mats cover the ground soaked with fluids you don't want to name. Men lie shoulder to shoulder, some silent, others crying out their voices, a jagged chorus that claws at your nerves. You're propped against a crate, your gambeson half off the torn fabric sticking to your wound. The air is thick, heavy, with the stench of sweat pus, and something sharper. Wine poured, not for drinking, but for cleaning. You clutch your arm, trying to staunch the bleeding, but your fingers are slick, and the pain is a white-hot pulse that makes your vision swim. A surgeon approaches a wiry man named Brother Thomas, his robe spattered with crimson. He's no monk, despite the title, just a man who's seen too many wounds to flinch. His eyes are tired, his hands steady, but there's no kindness in his face, only a grim determination. He kneels beside you, his breath sour with herbs and exhaustion. "Let's see it," he mutters, prying your hand away. You wince as he prods the gash, his fingers rough against the raw flesh. The wound is deep, a jagged line from elbow to wrist, and you can see muscle glistening beneath the blood. You want to look away, but you can't. It's your arm, your life, and it's in his hands. Bad, but not the worst. Thomas says, his voice flat. You're lucky it's not bone. Lucky. The word feels like a mockery. You've seen men with lucky wounds die screaming, their flesh blackening with rot. He reaches for a jug of wine, its contents dark as sin. And before you can brace yourself, he pours it into the gash. The pain is a lightning bolt, searing through you, and you bite your lip to keep from crying out. The tent spins the groans of the wounded, fading to a distant buzz. Thomas doesn't apologize. Keeps it clean, he says, like it's a fact, not a prayer. You nod, though. You're not sure you believe him. Wines for drinking, not burning, but you're in no position to argue. The surgeon's tools are spread on a cloth beside him, a grim array of iron and bone. There's a needle curved like a hawk's talon, threaded with horsehair, a pair of pincers rusted at the edges for pulling arrowheads, or worse, a small knife, its blade chipped but sharp. You've heard stories of these tools whispered by archers around campfires, stories of men who survived the blade only to die under the surgeon's care. You try not to think about it, but the fear is there, a cold weight in your gut. Thomas notices your stare and snorts. Don't fuss, he says. You're not dead yet. He starts stitching the needle, piercing your skin with a sickening tug. You clench your teeth. The pain, a dull throb compared to the wine, but it's relentless. Each stitch a fresh insult. The horsehair pulls tight, closing the wound in a ragged line that looks more like a butcher's work than a healer's. You focus on breathing, on staying still, but your body wants to flee, to curl up and hide from the needle's bite. Thomas works fast, his hands a blur, but it feels like hours. Hold still, he snaps when you flinch, his voice sharp as his blade. You obey, because what else can you do? The tent is a symphony of suffering. To your left, a man with a crushed leg moans his face, gray as ash. A surgeon saws at the limb, the sound like a carpenter at work, and you force yourself not to look. To your right, an archer you recognize, John, from a village downriver, clutches a bolt in his side, his eyes wide with panic. Get it out, he begs, his voice breaking. But the surgeon shakes his head, muttering about bad air and corrupt blood. You know what that means? John won't see morning. You turn away, your stomach twisting, and focus on Thomas's hands, on the needle, on anything but the death around you. Your shoulders next. Thomas probes it, his fingers digging into the bruise, and you hiss the pain sharp enough to make your eyes water. Bruised, not broken, he declares, but he doesn't sound sure. He slathers it with a paste that smells of honey and mold its texture like congealed grease. Keeps the rot away, he says, smearing it thick. You've heard honey works sometimes, but the mold makes you queasy. You've seen men treated with worse dung ashes, even spider webs, and you wonder if Thomas knows what he's doing, or if he's just guessing. Either way, you're his canvas, and he's painting with pain. The tense heat is stifling the air, thick with the moans of the wounded and the clink of tools. You're sweating your gambeson, a sodden weight, but you're too weak to shrug it off. Thomas finishes with your arm, tying off the stitches with a grunt. He hands you a strip of cloth, stained but dry. Wrap it, he says, already, moving to the next man. You fumble with the cloth, your fingers clumsy, the pain flaring with every move. The stitches hold, but the wound throbs, a reminder that survival's only half the battle. You lean back your head against the crate and try to breathe. The tent is a world unto itself, a place where hope goes to die. You've survived the battlefield, the march, the melee, but this might be the hardest fight yet. The surgeons aren't healers, not really. They're butchers with good intentions, cutting and burning to chase a cure they barely understand. You've heard them talk of bad air, of humors out of balance, but it sounds like nonsense to you. All you know is pain and the fear that this wound, this tent might be your end. A scream pierces the air sharp and final. You don't look. You don't need to. Another man's gone, his fight over his body, destined for a shallow grave. You think of Simon out there somewhere, maybe wounded, maybe dead. You think of Maud left on the field and wonder if you'll ever hold her again. Your arm burns your shoulder. Aches in your ribs protest every breath. You're alive, but at what cost? The stitches might hold, or they might fester. The honey might work, or it might invite the rot. You're in God's hands, or maybe the devil's, and neither seems to care. Thomas returns his hands, bloodier now, his face etched with fatigue. He checks your stitches, his touch rough but quick. You'll live, he says, but it's not a promise, just a guess. He offers you a cup of something dark, its smell sharp and bitter. Drink, he says, and you do gagging on the taste of opium and sour wine. It dulls the pain, but not the fear. You sink back, the tent fading. The groans blending into a distant hum. You're not healed, not even close, but you're still here, and that's something. The night stretches on the tent, a limbo where men fight to breathe another hour. You're one of them, a boy with a stitched arm and a bruised shoulder, clinging to life in a world that offers no mercy. Can you survive this? Can you endure the surgeon's knife, the festering wounds, the tent that smells of death, and come out whole? The opium pulls you under, but the question lingers a shadow in your dreams. You're an archer, but right now, you're just a wounded boy, and the fight for your life has only just begun. You're 18 now, and the war is a scar that won't fade. The battlefield, the mud, the tent of blood, and screams. They're behind you, but they've left their mark, not just on your body, but on your soul. You're back in your village, a place that feels smaller than it did when you left, its thatched roofs and muddy lanes unchanged, while you're anything but. Your arm stitched and healed is a map of raised tissue. Your shoulder, a knot of pain that flares in the cold. You're an archer no more, or so you tell yourself. But the bow's shadow lingers, and the world you've returned to has no place for you. Welcome to life after arrows, where survival costs more than you ever imagined, and the king's gratitude is as thin as the coins in your pocket. The village square is quiet this morning, the air sharp with the bite of early winter. You stand by the well, a bucket in your good hand, your bad one tucked against your side. The war ended months ago, the French driven back the English victorious. At least that's what the heralds say. You were there at Agincourt, where your arrows turned the tide, but no one here cares. The villagers see a young man limping slightly, his clothes patched, his eyes too old for his face. They don't see the boy who stood against 1,000 knights, who fought with a hammer when his bow failed, who survived the surgeon's knife. They see a laborer, and that's all you are now. Your days are a grind of small tasks, hauling water, mending fences, splitting wood for those who can pay. You earn a few pennies enough for bread and ale, but never enough to save. The king paid you 6 pence a day during the campaign, a fortune compared to a plowman's wage, but it came in fits and starts, often months late. You looted what you could: a French dagger, a pair of boots, a silver ring you sold for a month's meals. But it's gone now, spent on medicine, for your shoulder, on rent, for the corner of your mother's hut. The war made you a hero. Or so the songs claim, but heroes don't beg for work in a village that forgets them. You head to the tavern, a low building with a sagging roof, hoping for a day's labor cleaning tables. The owner, a stout man named Watt, with a beard like a bird's nest, eyes you as you step inside. Back again. He asks, his tone more tired than cruel. "I've got nothing today, lad. Try the mill." You nod, swallowing the sting of rejection, and turn to leave. The tavern's warmth lingers on your skin, a cruel tease against the chill outside. You've heard Watt talk of your deeds, boasting to travelers about our archer who fought at Agincourt. But when it comes to coin, his memory's short. You're not a hero to him, just a pair of hands he doesn't need. The village is a maze of contradictions. The blacksmith, old and half-blind, claps your shoulder when you pass his voice thick with pride. "You showed those French bastards," he says, his hammer pausing mid-strike. But he doesn't offer work, and his apprentice, a boy who never left the forge, sneers when you're out of earshot. The women are worse. Some widows now look at you with pity. Their husbands lost to the war, you survived. Others younger avoid your gaze as if your scars are contagious. You're a provider, or you were, but the war's toll, your limp, your trembling hand, makes you a risk, not a prize. You're not husband material, not anymore. The church adds its own weight. Father Edmund, the priest, preaches against violence, quoting papal bulls that condemn bows as tools of the devil. You sit in the pews on Sundays, your head bowed, and feel his words like stones. Missile weapons are an affront to God. He intones, his eyes sweeping the congregation. You want to shout that your arrows saved England, that your blood paid for his sermons, but you don't. You've seen men fined for less, their families ruined. Instead, you slip a penny into the offering plate, hoping it buys you forgiveness, or at least silence. The church wants your soul. But it's the king who claimed your body, and neither seems to care about the husk you've become. Money is a ghost, always slipping through your fingers. You take what work you can, digging ditches, hauling grain, even cleaning stables for a lord who never looks at you. The pay is meager, a shilling here, a halfpenny there, and it vanishes into food rent or the apothecary's tonics that do nothing for your shoulder. You've heard of archers, granted land a reward for their service, but that's for the lucky, the connected, not you. Your captain, Sir Roger, promised back pay before he rode off, but the treasury's empty, or so the clerks claim. You're left with nothing but your scars and a dagger you can't sell its blade, a reminder of a life you'll never live again. The village boys are your only admirers, their eyes wide when you pass. "Did you kill 100 French?" one asks a skinny lad with dirt on his face. You force a smile, the lie easier than the truth. "A few," you say, and they gasp, trailing you until their mothers call them home. But even they fear you, or what you represent. The war's shadow lingers, and you're its walking proof. A man who's seen too much, done too much to fit back into their world. You're not a villain, but you're not one of them either. You're something else, caught between the glory of songs and the grit of reality. Nights are the hardest. You sit by the hearth, your mother asleep. The fire's glow, dancing on Maud's curve. She's propped in the corner, unstrung, a relic of your past. You haven't touched her in months. Not since your shoulders started locking up, but you can't let her go. She's your anchor, your curse, the wooden wife who shaped you. You think of selling her, of trading her for a cow or a plot of land, but the thought twists your gut. She's more than wood and string. She's your youth, your pain, your triumph, all bound in 6 feet of you. You let her stay, a silent sentinel, and wonder if you'll ever draw her again. The village is changing, or maybe you're just seeing it clearly. The war is over, but another looms. There's always another. Boys younger than you are training now, their hands soft, their eyes bright with dreams you once had. You watch them in the square, pulling bows too big for their frames, and feel a pang you can't name. Part of you wants to warn them, to tell them what awaits mudblood, a life of pennies and pity. But you don't. They'll learn, or they won't, just as you did. You limp past your shoulder, aching, and try not to hear their laughter. You find work at the mill, a day's labor, grinding grain for a man who pays in bread, not coin. The miller, a gruff widower named Hugh, watches you struggle with the sacks, your bad arm slowing you down. You were at Agincourt, weren't you? He asks, his voice low, like he's afraid of the answer. You nod, expecting another tale of glory, but he just sighs. My brother didn't come back, he says, and turns away. You work in silence, the mill's rumble drowning out the world, and wonder if you're a hero or a thief, stealing a life that should have been someone else's. Winter deepens the cold, seeping into your bones. Your mother's cough worsens, and the apothecary's fees eat what little you've saved. You think of the war, of the loot you could have taken if you'd been quicker, bolder. You think of the king, safe in his castle, and the lords who profited from your blood. You think of Maud and the boy you were pulling her string until his hands bled. You're not that boy anymore. You're a man, or something close scraping by. In a world that doesn't care, can you live this life? Can you endure the hunger, the cold, the whispers that follow you, and still find meaning in the arrows you once loosed? The village sleeps, but you're awake staring at Maud, at the fire, at the future you can't see. You're an archer, or you were, and the war is over. But the fight goes on. It's a quieter fight, waged with pennies and pride, but it's yours. You've survived the bow, the blade, the surgeon's needle. Maybe you can survive this too. Welcome to the Middle Ages, where keeping a castle from turning into a pitch-black cave was a full-time job, and the star player in that game was the humble candle. But not just any candle. Beeswax candles, the absolute rock stars of medieval lighting, the kind of thing that made kings feel like they were living large, and peasants feel like they'd never afford a decent glow. Now let's get one thing straight. Candles back then weren't the sad little birthday cake toppers you're used to. These were serious business, the backbone of medieval illumination, and beeswax candles were the cream of the crop. If you were a regular, say a peasant, scraping by in a mud hut, you were stuck with tallow candles made from animal fat. Usually whatever was left after the butcher had his way with a cow or sheep. Those things burned sure, but they smoked like a chimney flickered, like they had stage fright and smelled like a barbecue gone horribly wrong. Imagine trying to read a scroll or woo a court lady with the stench of burnt bacon grease wafting around you. Not exactly romantic, right? Tallow candles were the cheap seats of lighting the kind of thing that made you wonder if darkness was the better option. But beeswax candles, oh, that's where the real magic happened. If you were a king, a noble, or just some fancy pants lord with a castle to your name, beeswax was your go-to. These candles were the Rolex of the Middle Ages, the ultimate flex of wealth and class. They burned clean, bright, and steady, casting a warm golden glow that could make even the draftiest great hall feel like a cozy tavern. Well, almost. No smoke, no stink, just pure, reliable light that could keep going for up to 9 hours straight. 9 hours. That's longer than most people's attention spans these days. And back then, it was a godsend. When the sun decided to clock out early in the winter, you could light one of these bad boys at dusk and still be plotting your next crusade, or arguing over who gets the last chicken leg well past midnight. The thing about beeswax candles, though, is they didn't come cheap. Making them was a whole production. First, you needed bees, lots of them. Beekeepers were out there tending hives, dodging stings, and praying. The little buzzers didn't decide to stage a revolt. The wax had to be harvested, cleaned, and molded into candles. A process that took time, skill, and a whole lot of patience. By the time you had a finished candle, you were looking at a price tag that'd make a peasant's eyes pop out of their head. A single high-quality beeswax candle could set you back 6 to 10 pennies. Doesn't sound like much, does it? But in the 1300s, that was serious cash. To put it in perspective, a day's wages for a skilled laborer might be a couple of pennies tops. So dropping 10 pennies on one candle was like shelling out $50 today for a single glow stick. And here's the real kicker. A medium-sized castle, say one, with a great hall, a few towers, and a king who liked to throw parties could burn through 300 to 500 candles every month. That's thousands of pennies, a fortune that could have bought you a herd of cows or a fancy new warhorse. Lighting up a castle wasn't just about seeing where you were going. It was about proving you had the coin to burn literally. Now let's talk about how these candles were used, because it wasn't just a matter of sticking one on a table and calling it a day. Castles were big, drafty, and full of people who needed to see what they were doing, whether that was eating, scheming, or trying not to trip over the court jester. The real showstoppers were the chandeliers, and I don't mean some dainty crystal thing you'd see in a fancy hotel. These were massive wooden or iron contraptions hanging from the ceiling, like medieval disco balls, dripping with dozens, sometimes hundreds, of beeswax candles. During a big feast, say the king's birthday, or a wedding, to seal an alliance, they'd light every single one, turning the great hall into a blazing spectacle. Imagine walking into a room where the walls are glowing gold shadows, dancing like they're auditioning for a horror flick, and the air's filled with the faint, sweet scent of beeswax. To a medieval noble, that was like stepping into Times Square on New Year's Eve. It was loud, it was bright, and it screamed, "Look at me, I'm loaded." But getting those chandeliers lit was no small feat. Picture a team of servants, probably the unluckiest guys in the castle, scrambling around on wobbly ladders wearing those pointy-toed shoes that were all the rage back then. They're balancing, sweating, trying not to set their tunics on fire as they light each candle before the sun goes down. One wrong move, and you're not just dropping a candle, you're starting a medieval inferno. Castles were made of stone, sure, but they were also stuffed with tapestries, wooden furniture, and straw-strewn floors that'd go up like a bonfire if a spark got loose. And let's not forget the drafts. Those big open halls were like wind tunnels, with gusts blowing through that could snuff out a candle faster than you can say, "Where's the matches?" Keeping the lights on was a high-stakes game, and the servants were the unsung heroes making it happen. What's wild is how candles weren't just about practical stuff, like not walking into walls. They were the ultimate status symbol, the medieval equivalent of driving a Ferrari or rocking a diamond-encrusted watch. The more candles you could afford to burn, especially the fancy beeswax kind, the richer you looked. Kings and lords didn't just light a couple for dinner. They went all out, turning their halls into a sea of flickering flames to flex on their guests. Picture a visiting duke walking into the great hall, seeing hundreds of beeswax candles blazing away, and thinking, okay, this guy's got serious cash. It was like saying, oh, these, just a casual Tuesday night in my castle. No big deal. The king might as well have been handing out gold bars with every flicker. And it wasn't just about the number of candles. It was about burning them for no reason other than to show you could. That's next-level medieval swagger. The candles themselves were a big deal in how the castle operated too. They weren't just for lighting up feasts or making the king look good. They were the backbone of evening life. After the sun went down, the castle didn't just shut off like a modern office building. People kept going. Nobles' advisors, even the servants and candles made it possible. In the great hall, the court might gather around a forest of candles for storytelling sessions, spinning tales of knights and dragons while the flames danced. Important meetings happened by candlelight too, which might explain some of the weirder decisions in medieval history. Try reading a peace treaty when the light's flickering, like it's got a mind of its own, and you might accidentally sign away your kingdom or marry off your kid to a rival lord. Wait, I thought that said trade agreement, not betrothal. Candlelight was the ambiance for everything. Gossip, politics, romance, you name it. It set the mood, even if that mood was sometimes hope. I don't burn the place down. Managing the candle supply was like running a medieval version of a Yankee candle store, except instead of picking between winter pine and pumpkin spice, you were just trying to make sure the castle didn't go dark. A decent-sized castle needed massive stockpiles, especially in winter, when the sun barely showed up for work. We're talking thousands of candles stored in cool, dry rooms to keep them from melting or going bad. The castle's candlemaster, yep, that was a real job, had to keep track of every wick, making sure there were enough to get through the long, dark months. It was like being a doomsday prepper, but instead of hoarding canned beans, you were hoarding light. And those beeswax candles, they weren't just lying around in the medieval equivalent of a Walmart. They had to be sourced, crafted, and delivered, which meant dealing with beekeepers, merchants, and probably a few shady middlemen trying to pass off tallow as the good stuff. If the supply ran low, you weren't just out of light. You were out of status, and that was a crisis no king could afford. The social side of candles was where things got really interesting. They weren't just tools. They were the glue that held the castle's nightlife together. Without Netflix or late-night talk shows, people had to make their own fun, and candles were the key. In the evenings, the great hall would come alive with the glow of beeswax nobles clustering around like moths to a flame. They'd swap stories, argue over who'd inherit the next duchy, or maybe just roast the court jester for his latest terrible pun. The light wasn't just practical. It created a vibe, a sense of warmth and community in a world that could feel pretty cold and brutal. And for the king, it was a chance to show off. Lighting up the hall with hundreds of candles wasn't just about seeing the food on your plate. It was about reminding everyone who was in charge. Look at all this light. The king was basically saying, I'm the guy who can afford to burn a fortune every night. But let's not kid ourselves. Candles weren't perfect. They were a fire hazard waiting to happen. And in a castle full of flammable stuff, that was no joke. Servants had to be on constant alert, trimming wicks, replacing burned-out candles, and praying they didn't knock one over. And then there was the cost. Even for a king, keeping the castle lit was like pouring money into a bonfire. Every candle burned was a penny or 10 gone, and that added up fast. For the average noble, it was a constant balancing act. Light enough candles to look impressive, but not so many. You had to pawn the family sword to pay for them. And for the servants, they were the ones stuck dealing with the mess, dripping wax smoky air, and the occasional singed eyebrow when a draft got too frisky. Still, there was something magical about those beeswax candles. They weren't just light. They were power prestige and a little bit of hope in a world that got dark way too fast. They turned a cold stone castle into a place where people could gather, laugh, plot, and dream, even if just for a few hours. Next time, you're flipping on a light switch or scrolling through your phone in bed, take a second to think about those medieval folks huddling around their flickering candles, making the best of a world without electricity. They didn't have it easy, but man, did they know how to make a glow count. The sun's gone down, and you're back in that same medieval castle from 1325, standing in the great hall, where the stone walls seem to soak up the last scraps of daylight like a sponge. The air's chilly, carrying a whiff of wood smoke and that faint, funky smell of yesterday's feast, leftovers. You can still feel the glow of those beeswax candles from last time, the ones that turned the hall into a golden wonderland, screaming wealth and power for every noble lucky enough to bask in their light. But let's be real. Those candles were the Ferraris of the Middle Ages, the kind of thing kings and lords used to flex on their rivals. If you weren't rolling in gold, or if you were just a practical sort, trying to keep the castle running without bankrupting the kingdom, you needed something less flashy, more reliable, something that could light up the place without costing a peasant's yearly wages. Enter the oil lamp, the unsung hero of medieval lighting, the workhorse that kept the castle from turning into a pitch-black maze when the sun clocked out. These weren't the high-roller status symbols of beeswax candles, but they were the Costco of illumination, affordable, long-lasting, and versatile enough to keep everyone from the king to the kitchen boy from tripping over their own feet in the dark. Picture yourself wandering through the castle as the last rays of sunlight fade the shadows stretching across the floor, like they're trying to swallow the place whole. The great hall's chandeliers, dripping with those pricey beeswax candles, are reserved for big events, feasts, weddings, or when the king wants to impress some snooty duke from across the border. But for the everyday grind of castle life, when you just need to see where you're going, or avoid stabbing yourself with a quill while signing a treaty, oil lamps were the go-to. These little guys were like the table lamps of today, except instead of plugging into a wall, you were dealing with a whole menu of oils that'd make a modern health inspector run screaming. They weren't glamorous, but they got the job done, burning brighter and longer than any candle, and they didn't require you to remortgage the castle to keep them lit. So what made oil lamps so special? Let's start with the basics. These weren't some high-tech gadgets. They were simple, almost deceptively so. You had a container usually made of clay metal or ceramic, something sturdy enough not to catch fire, because medieval folks learned that lesson the hard way. Inside, you'd pour your oil of choice, and let me tell you, the options were like a medieval gas station from hell. Down in the Mediterranean, where olives grew like weeds, they used olive oil, the gold standard of lamp fuel. It burned clean, bright and steady, like the Tesla of medieval lighting, casting a glow that could make even a drafty corridor feel almost inviting. But head north to England or France, where olive trees were about as common as palm trees in Alaska, and things got funkier. Up there, people burned animal fat, think leftover grease from pigs or cows, which produced a light that was less cozy, ambiance, and more smoky. Campfire gone wrong. If you were near the coast, you might get stuck with cod liver oil, which, yeah, smelled exactly like you'd expect a fish market left out in the sun too long. Some clever types used seed oils from flax or nuts, but those were hit or miss depending on what you could scrounge up. Nothing said, "Welcome to my castle," like the whiff of burning fish oil wafting through the halls, right? The real magic of oil lamps was how long they could keep going. While a fancy beeswax candle might give you 9 hours before it fizzled out, a well-fueled oil lamp could burn for 12 to 15 hours straight. That's longer than a modern workday. And in a world where daylight was a limited time offer, especially in winter, that kind of stamina was a game changer. Kings loved having these in their bedrooms because nothing ruins a royal beauty sleep, like your light source dying at 2 a.m., leaving you fumbling in the dark for the chamber pot. In the great hall, oil lamps were perfect for smaller gatherings, say a late-night meeting with advisors or a quiet dinner, when the king didn't feel like blowing the budget on a chandelier full of candles. They were the reliable sidekick, always ready to step up when the fancy stuff wasn't practical. Making an oil lamp work was straightforward, but required a bit of finesse. You'd take your container, fill it with oil, and drop in a wick, usually braided fibers like flax hemp or cotton, the medieval equivalent of a DIY project from Pinterest. The wick would soak up the oil, and when you lit it, the flame would draw fuel steadily, giving you a consistent glow. It was like assembling IKEA furniture, except instead of swearing over a missing screw, you were trying not to set your beard on fire. The design was so simple, it was almost genius, but it wasn't foolproof. Spill the oil, and you'd have a mess that'd make a medieval tapestry look like a lost cause. And if you didn't trim the wick just right, you'd get a smoky, flickering flame that'd make you wish you'd stuck with darkness. What set oil lamps apart from candles was their practicality. Candles, especially the beeswax kind, were a status symbol, but they were high maintenance. You had to stockpile them like a doomsday prepper, and if your supply ran low, you were out of luck. Oil lamps, on the other hand, were the smart shopper's choice. Oil could be stored for months, even years, without going bad, like buying in bulk at a medieval Costco. You could stock up on barrels of olive oil or animal fat, refill your lamps as needed, and never worry about running out midwinter. It was the kind of forward thinking that made castle managers look like they had their act together, even if they were secretly freaking out about the firewood budget. Plus, oil was easier to source than beeswax. You didn't need a whole army of beekeepers to keep the lights on, just a steady supply of olives, pigs, or fish, depending on where you were. The way oil lamps were used in the castle was like an art form. They weren't just plopped down anywhere. They were strategically placed to make the most of their light. You'd find them tucked into wall niches, specially carved alcoves that were like the medieval version of recessed lighting. Some had reflective surfaces behind them, Think polished metal or smooth stone to bounce the light around, making the room feel brighter. It was like the castle designers were saying, "We might not have electricity, but we've got interior decorating down to a science." Lamps sat on tables in private chambers, hung from holders in corridors, or perched on stands in the kitchen, where the cook needed to see whether that stew was dinner or a science experiment gone wrong. The portability was a big deal too. Unlike those massive chandeliers that took a team of servants to manage, one person could grab an oil lamp and carry it wherever they needed to go. Midnight snack run to the kitchen. No problem. Just take your trusty lamp and hope you didn't trip over a sleeping hound on the way. But let's talk about the vibe oil lamps created, because it wasn't just about seeing where you were going. These lamps had a softer, steadier glow than candles, less dramatic, but more intimate. In the king's private chambers, a few oil lamps could turn a cold stone room into a place where you might actually want to hang out. Advisors would gather around, squinting at scrolls by the flickering light, debating whether to invade the next kingdom or just send them a strongly worded letter. In the servants' quarters, a single lamp might be the only thing keeping the room from feeling like a dungeon. Its glow, a quiet reminder that even the lowliest kitchen boy deserved a bit of light. And in the bedrooms, oil lamps were a lifesaver. Imagine trying to get ready for bed in a castle, slipping out of your tunic, dodging the inevitable spider webs, and praying you didn't step on something squishy. A lamp's steady burn meant you could actually see what you were doing, which was probably a bigger deal than anyone admitted. The social hierarchy of lighting was still a thing, though. Just like beeswax candles were, for the elite, oil lamps had their own pecking order. If you were in a swanky Mediterranean castle, olive oil lamps were the gold standard, reserved for the lord's private rooms, or the chapel where you wanted to impress God without stinking up the place. Up north, where animal fat or fish oil was the norm, the smellier lamps were relegated to the kitchens or the guards' barracks, where nobody cared if the air smelled like a bad day at the docks. The king might have a fancy ceramic lamp with intricate carvings, while the servants made do with a chipped clay one that looked like it had seen better days. But even the lowliest lamp was a step up from total darkness, and in a castle that was worth its weight in gold. The real challenge with oil lamps was keeping them running smoothly. Refilling them was a delicate operation. One wrong move, and you'd have oil all over the floor, turning your fancy hall into a medieval slip and slide. And the wicks needed constant attention. Let them get too long, and you'd have a smoky mess. Trim them too short, and the flame would sputter out like a bad Tinder date. Servants were the unsung heroes here too, darting around to refill lamps, adjust wicks, and pray they didn't spill anything on the Lord's favorite tapestry. Cleaning up oil stains in the 1300s wasn't exactly a walk in the park, and you can bet nobody wanted to be the guy who ruined the Queen's favorite rug. Despite the hassle, oil lamps were a godsend for castle life. They were cheaper than beeswax candles, easier to maintain than a chandelier, and versatile enough to fit any room from the king's bedroom to the scullery. They didn't have the same in-your-face glamour as a hall full of candles, but they were the backbone of everyday lighting, keeping the castle humming when the sun wasn't pulling its weight. They let people work, eat, gossip, and scheme long after dark, turning a cold stone fortress into a place where life could keep going, even in the dead of winter. You're back in that same medieval castle, 1325, standing in a stone corridor that feels like it's holding its breath as the last light of day slips away. The air's heavy with the scent of damp straw roasted meat from the kitchen, and a hint of that sweet beeswax from the candles you saw lighting up the great hall in all its golden glory. Those candles were the king's way of saying, "Look at me. I'm richer than God," burning through a fortune just to flex on his guests. Then there were the oil lamps, the practical workhorses flickering away in every corner, keeping the castle from turning into a pitch-black labyrinth with their steady, no-nonsense glow. But tonight, you're not here for the soft ambiance of candles or the quiet reliability of lamps. Tonight, you're about to witness the rock stars of medieval lighting, the ones that turned every hallway into a scene from a Hollywood blockbuster. Torches. These weren't just sticks with a bit of fire on top. They were giant flaming beasts that could make a castle feel like it was ready for its close-up in an action movie, complete with drama, danger, and a whole lot of whoa. That's badass energy. Step into the castle's main corridor, where the stone walls stretch up into shadows that seem to eat the light. The sun's gone, and the place is getting dark fast. The kind of dark that makes you wonder if you're about to walk into a wall, or worse, a very cranky night. The servants are bustling their footsteps, echoing as they haul in the night's lighting supplies. You've seen the beeswax candles, those fancy pants glow sticks that cost more than a peasant's yearly wages, and the oil lamps chugging along like the dependable pickup trucks of illumination. But torches? They're in a league of their own. They're not here to whisper cozy or practical. They're here to shout epic, turning a boring old castle into a stage for grand entrances, late-night conspiracies, or just showing off that you're the kind of lord who doesn't mess around. One look at a torch, blazing in a corridor, and you know you're not in Kansas anymore. You're in a world where light isn't just a tool, it's a statement. So what exactly were these torches? Let's clear up one thing. They weren't just random branches you grabbed from the forest and set on fire. Though you can bet some poor sap tried that and learned the hard way. Why it's a bad idea. Torches were carefully crafted, designed to burn hot, long and bright. They started with soft woods, like pine or fir, cut into sticks about 3 feet long, short enough to carry long enough to keep the flames a safe distance from your face, because nobody wants to be the guy who singed his eyebrows off in front of the queen. The real genius was in the prep. These sticks were soaked in tree sap or resin, a sticky flammable goo that was like medieval lighter fluid. It made the torches burn hotter, brighter, and longer, even if a gust of wind decided to throw a tantrum or a sudden rain tried to crash the party. A well-made torch wasn't just a light source. It was a mini bonfire. You could carry a portable piece of chaos that said, "I'm here, and I'm not afraid of the dark." The sheer scale of torch use in a castle was mind-boggling. A medium-sized fortress. Think a few towers, a great hall, and a courtyard big enough for a joust or two could burn through 1,000 torches to 400 pounds of wood every month, just for torches. That's like setting fire to a small car's worth of timber every 30 days. The local lumberjacks must have had biceps, like boulders hauling that much pine and fir to keep the castle lit. And it wasn't just about quantity, it was about quality. You needed the right wood, the right resin, and a whole lot of elbow grease to turn a pile of sticks into a lighting system that could make a king's entrance look like something out of a Michael Bay movie. The servants in charge of torch making were probably the unsung MVPs of the castle, working overtime to ensure the lord didn't have to squint his way through a council meeting or trip over a stray hound in the dark. Torches came in different flavors, each with its own job. The handheld ones were like the medieval equivalent of a flashlight. perfect for when you needed to check out a creepy noise in the dungeon or sneak to the kitchen for a midnight meat pie. These were the go-to for guards patrolling the walls, their flames cutting through the night like a warning to any bandit dumb enough to try scaling the castle. Then you had wall-mounted torches, the permanent fixtures bolted into the stone corridors like medieval streetlights. They lined the main hallways, casting a flickering glow that made every shadow look like it was plotting something. For the real showstoppers, you had the big boys, brazier, torch stands, massive iron or stone columns planted in courtyards, or the Great Hall, each holding a bundle of torches that could turn a feast into a spectacle. Picture a courtyard blazing with these giants' flames, leaping high enough to make you wonder if the castle was hosting a rock concert or a Viking funeral. Nothing said, "I'm the boss," like a forest of controlled fire roaring in your honor. The best part about torches was their staying power. A basic handheld torch could burn for 1 to 2 hours, which was plenty for a quick patrol or a dramatic stroll through the castle. But if you got fancy with the resin soaking the wood until it was practically dripping, you could stretch that to 3 or 4 hours. That's enough time to host a full-blown banquet plan, a war, or figure out why the court jester keeps disappearing into the wine cellar with suspicious regularity. Torches weren't just about light. They were about creating a vibe, a larger-than-life atmosphere that made every moment feel like it belonged in a blockbuster. Walk into a hall lined with torches, their flames crackling and spitting, and you'd feel like you were starring in your own action flick, complete with a sword at your hip and a dragon lurking just out of sight. But let's not kid ourselves. Torches were a fire hazard on steroids. In a castle stuffed with tapestries, wooden beams, and straw-strewn floors, a single misplaced torch could turn the place into a medieval barbecue. Servants had to be on their toes, swapping out burned-out torches, securing them in holders, and praying they didn't accidentally set the Lord's favorite banner ablaze. The wall-mounted ones were bolted in tight, but the handheld torches were a gamble. Hand one to a clumsy guard or a tipsy noble, and you were one drop stick away from a disaster. You can imagine the chaos. "Sorry, my lord. I didn't mean to torch the dining hall." The castle's fire safety plan probably boiled down to yell really loud and hope for rain, which wasn't exactly reassuring when you were surrounded by flammable everything. The social game with torches was just as intense as with candles. Beeswax candles were the king's way of saying, "I'm so rich I can burn money." And oil lamps were the practical choice for keeping things running. Torches, though, they were pure drama, the kind of thing you used when you wanted everyone to know you were a big deal. A lord hosting a feast might line the courtyard with brazier stands, their flames roaring like they were auditioning for a role in a fantasy epic. It wasn't just about lighting the way for guests. It was about making them feel like they'd stepped into a legend. Visiting nobles would see those torches and think, "Okay, this guy's not messing around." It was the medieval equivalent of rolling up to a party in a tricked-out sports car, with neon lights and a sound system that could wake the dead. For the everyday castle, grind torches were the backbone of nighttime operations. Guards relied on them to patrol the walls, their flames a beacon against the darkness, warning off any would-be intruders. In the corridors, they kept the place from feeling like a haunted house, their light bouncing off the stone to create a path for servants scurrying between tasks. During feasts, they added a layer of grandeur, making the great hall feel like a stage where every toast, Every laugh, every whispered plot was part of a bigger story. And let's not forget the practical side. Torches were perfect for those late night missions, whether it was checking the stables or sneaking to the kitchen for a leftover drumstick. The air's thick with the familiar mix of wood smoke roasted meat and a faint whiff of whatever the kitchen's been cooking for the past week. Night's falling fast, and the shadows are creeping in, turning the corridors into a maze of gloom. You've seen the castle come alive with light before those beeswax candles blazing like a king's bank account, turning the great hall into a golden flex fest. The oil lamps humming along like the reliable pickup trucks of illumination, keeping every corner from going pitch black. And the torches, those flaming rock stars that made every hallway feel like a scene from a Hollywood epic, complete with enough drama to singe your eyebrows. But now, as the chill of evening settles into the stones, you're about to meet the real heart of the castle, the one thing that did more than just light up the place. It brought people together, warmed their bones, and turned a cold, drafty fortress into something almost like home: the fireplace. These weren't just holes in the wall with a fire inside. They were the Starbucks of the Middle Ages, the social hubs where everyone from kings to kitchen boys gathered to swap stories, plot schemes, and keep their butts from freezing off. Step into the great hall, where the last slivers of daylight are fading through the narrow windows, casting long ghostly shadows across the flagstone floor. The candles are too pricey to waste on a quiet night like this, and the oil lamps are tucked away in smaller rooms, doing their no-nonsense job. The torches, with their blockbuster flare, are out in the courtyard or lining the main corridors, ready to make a statement for tomorrow's feast. But right now, the hall feels like it's holding its breath, waiting for something to bring it to life. That's when you notice the massive fireplace built into the wall, like a stone giant that's been there since the castle was born. It's not just a fire pit. It's a beast wide enough to roast an ox, tall enough to make you feel like you're staring into a dragon's maw. The logs inside are crackling, spitting sparks that dance up the chimney, and the glow is spreading across the room, painting everything in a warm, flickering orange. This isn't just light, it's heat, it's vibe. It's the kind of thing that makes you want to pull up a bench, grab a mug of ale, and forget the world outside is a frozen wolf-filled nightmare. Fireplaces were everywhere in a medieval castle, and I mean everywhere that mattered. Every important room had one: the great hall, the king's private chambers, the queen's solar, even the kitchen. Though that one was more about churning out stew than looking pretty. These weren't the cute little fireplaces you see in cozy suburban homes today, with a few logs and a decorative screen. These were monsters carved into the stone walls, framed with arches that could have doubled as doorways and fueled by enough wood to make a lumberjack cry. A decent-sized castle burned through 2 to 4 cartloads of wood every single day. Just one cartload could weigh as much as a horse, so we're talking 60 to 120 cartloads a month. That's like setting fire to a small forest every 30 days just to keep the place warm and lit. The poor saps in charge of the firewood supply must have had nightmares about empty wood piles, because running out wasn't just a chilly inconvenience, it was a full-blown crisis. Sorry, my lord, we can't invade France this month. We spent all our gold on logs. Yeah, that'd go over well. The fireplace wasn't just about keeping the frost off your toes, though. That was a big part of it in a castle where the stone walls seemed to radiate cold, like they had a personal grudge. It was a status symbol, the medieval equivalent of a 75-inch flat-screen TV mounted above your living room couch. The bigger and fancier your fireplace, the more you were telling the world, I'm kind of a big deal. Kings and lords went all out commissioning fireplaces with carved stone mantels, intricate designs, and hearths so massive they could have doubled as a stage for the court jester. Some had chimneys that twisted up through the castle like a labyrinth, pulling smoke out while letting the fire roar. Others were decked out with iron grates or decorative tiles, because if you're going to burn a forest, you might as well do it in style. Walking into a hall with a fireplace like that was like stepping into a power move. Every crackle of the logs was the king saying, "Check out my giant wood-eating status symbol." The light from a fireplace wasn't as bright as a chandelier full of beeswax candles or a corridor lined with torches, but it didn't need to be. It cast a soft, flickering glow, the kind that made the room feel alive, like the walls themselves were breathing. It wasn't enough to read a scroll by, unless you were cool with squinting and maybe setting your beard on fire, but it was perfect for gathering around. The Great Hall's fireplace was the castle's social media hub, the place where everyone came to connect. Nobles would huddle on benches, sipping ale and swapping stories about battles, betrayals, or that one time the Duke got caught sneaking out of the wrong bedroom. Advisors would lean in close, whispering about which kingdom to invade, next their faces half lit like they were in a noir film. Even the servants, when they weren't hauling logs or scrubbing pots, might sneak a moment by the fire soaking up the warmth and pretending they weren't about to get yelled at for slacking off. It was like a medieval coffee shop, minus the overpriced lattes, and plus a whole lot more sword-related small talk. The fireplace's role went beyond light and heat. It was the heartbeat of the castle's nightly rhythm. After the sun went down, when the candles were too expensive and the torches were overkill, the fire became the anchor. In the king's chambers, a smaller fireplace might burn low, casting just enough light for him to read a letter or brood over his latest feud with the neighboring lord. In the kitchen, the fire roared day and night, doubling as a cooking station and a beacon for the cooks who probably spent half their lives dodging sparks while stirring vats of stew. In the chapel, a modest hearth might flicker during midnight prayers, giving the monks a warm spot to contemplate eternity without freezing their sandals off. The fireplace was everywhere, tying the castle together, making it feel less like a fortress and more like a place where people actually lived. Keeping those fireplaces going was a logistical nightmare. The wood didn't just magically appear. Someone had to chop it, haul it, stack it, and feed it into the flames day after day. A single fireplace in the Great Hall could eat through a cartload of logs in a night, and with multiple fires burning across the castle, the woodpile was a constant worry. Lumberjacks were out there hacking away at forests, their arms probably bigger than most knights, while servants lugged armfuls of logs up winding staircases, cursing every step. The castle's woodmaster, yep, another real job, had to keep track of it all, making sure the supply didn't run dry, especially in winter when a dead fire meant a frozen castle and a very cranky king. And let's not forget the cleanup. Ashes piled up faster than you could say, "Where's the broom?" And if you didn't clear them out, the fire would choke, leaving you with a smoky mess that'd make the hall smell like a bad barbecue. The fireplaces weren't without their downsides. For one, they were a fire hazard, though not as bad as a dropped torch. A stray spark could catch a tapestry or a pile of straw, and suddenly your fancy feast is a five-alarm disaster. The chimneys helped sucking smoke up and out, but they weren't perfect. Clogs were common, and a smoky hall was nobody's idea of a good time. The light was another issue. It was warm and cozy, sure, but it was dim, casting more shadows than it chased away. If you were trying to do anything precise, like sew a tunic or read a map, you'd need a candle or lamp to back you up. And the heat. It didn't exactly reach every corner. The folks closest to the fire were toasty, but if you were stuck at the far end of the hall, you might as well be sitting in a snowbank. Still, there was something undeniably magical about the fireplace. It wasn't just a light source or a heater. It was the soul of the castle, the place where stories were born. Plans were hatched, and people found a moment of comfort in a world that was often cold, dark, and brutal. It drew everyone together, from the king, plotting his next war, to the servant, dreaming of a day off. The crackle of the logs, the dance of the flames, the way the light played across the stone. It was like a promise that no matter how bad things got outside, there was still warmth, still light, still a reason to keep going. The air's crisp, carrying the scent of pine from the nearby forest, a hint of smoke from the great hall's roaring fireplace, and that ever-present whiff of whatever the kitchen's been stewing for days, nights taking over, and the castle's coming alive with the lights you've come to know. Like old buddies down in the great hall, those beeswax candles are blazing like a king's personal gold mine, turning the place into a glowing brag fest for the nobles. In the corridors, oil lamps flicker like the dependable sidekicks. They are keeping everyone from tripping over their own egos or a stray hound. Out in the courtyard, torches burn like they're auditioning for a Hollywood action flick, making every shadow look like it's ready to start a fight. And in every major room, fireplaces crackle away their warm glow, pulling people together, like a medieval version of a coffee shop open mic night. But tonight, you're about to discover the castle's wild card lighting tricks. Moonlight, rush lights, and a sleep hack so bizarre it'd make your sleep tracker app throw a fit. These weren't the main event, like candles or fireplaces, but they were the scrappy, clever ways medieval folks kept the darkness at bay, proving you didn't need a king's ransom to see where you were going. Step off the battlements and into the castle's outer courtyard, where the moon's just starting to flex its muscles, casting a pale, ghostly light across the cobblestones. It's a full moon tonight, and let me tell you, that was like hitting the jackpot in the Middle Ages. No electricity, no street lights, just you and whatever the sky decided to throw your way. When the moon was out, it was like nature's own spotlight, turning the castle into a silver-wash stage. Guards loved a full moon. It meant they could spot a sneaky bandit or a rival knight trying to scale the walls without waving a torch around like a neon "Here I Am" sign. You can picture them up on the ramparts, eyes scanning the horizon, their chainmail glinting in the moonlight, feeling like the coolest bouncers at the medieval club. The moon wasn't just for security, though. Kings and lords got a kick out of it too, scheduling outdoor meetings under a full moon to add a dash of drama. Imagine a tense diplomatic huddle in the courtyard. Two rival lords hashing out a truce, their faces half lit like they're in a gritty crime drama. Sign the treaty. Herald or I swear. By this moon, I'll take your cows. It was like Game of Thrones, but with worse haircuts and no CGI dragons. The problem with Moonlight was it was about as reliable as a modern Wi-Fi signal. A cloudy night could turn the castle into a game of guess what you just stepped in. And even on clear nights, the light was too weak for anything serious. You weren't reading scrolls or sewing tunics by moonlight, unless you were cool with going blind or stitching your fingers together. Kings, who tried to host fancy moonlit banquets, probably spent half the night reassuring guests they'd just dunked their bread in gravy, not something grosser. And in winter, when nights stretched on for 14 hours or more, the moon alone wasn't cutting it. You needed something to bridge the gap, something cheap, simple, and within reach of even the lowliest servant. That's where rushlights came, in the dollar store candles of the Middle Ages. The scrappy little lights that proved you didn't need a king's budget to keep the darkness from winning. Rushlights were the ultimate DIY hack, the kind of thing that'd make a modern craft influencer jealous. They were made from dried rush plants, tall grassy stalks you'd find in marshes or riverbanks. You'd peel off the tough outer layer, leaving just a thin strip to hold the soft, spongy pith inside, then dip the whole thing in leftover animal fat. The same greasy stuff peasants used for those smelly tallow candles. The result was a skinny, makeshift candle that burned for about 15 to 30 minutes. Not exactly a marathon performer, but better than stubbing your toe in the dark. Making rushlights was so easy and cheap that even the poorest castle servant could whip up a batch without blinking. It was like the medieval version of recycling. Take some weeds, some kitchen grease, and boom, you've got light. The castle scullery maids and stable boys were probably out there in their off hours dunking rushes in fat muttering about how they deserved a raise for keeping the place lit on a budget. These little glow sticks were everywhere, especially in the corners of the castle, where candles were too pricey and torches were overkill. In the servants' quarters, a rush light might be the only thing standing between you and total darkness. Its faint flicker, just enough to let you mend a torn tunic or sneak a peek at a love letter if you were one of the rare few who could read. Even nobles weren't above using them. A lord might keep a rushlight by his bedside as a backup, muttering about how he really needed to order more beeswax candles while fumbling to light the thing. They weren't glamorous, and they didn't last long, but they were the great equalizer of medieval lighting. While the king was up in his chambers, squinting at scrolls by the glow of a dozen beeswax candles, the kitchen boy downstairs could still have his own tiny spark proof. That light wasn't just for the rich and famous. The downside rush lights were a pain to manage. They burned out fast, so you had to keep a pile handy, swapping them out like you were changing batteries in a cheap flashlight. The animal fat could smell like a butcher shop on a bad day, and if you weren't careful, you'd end up with grease dripping on your floor, or worse, your only pair of shoes. Fire was always a risk, too. A clumsy servant could turn a rushlight into a rush fire if they knocked it over near a pile of straw. But for all their flaws, rushlights were a testament to medieval ingenuity, a reminder that even the lowest folks in the castle could find a way to push back against the dark. Now let's talk about the weirdest part of castle life, how they slept. You'd think with all these lighting options, candles, lamps, torches, fireplaces, people would just crash for a solid 8 hours like we do today. Nope. Medieval folks had a sleep hack so bizarre it'd make your Fitbit explode. They didn't sleep in one long stretch. They split it into 2 chunks, like a double feature at a drive-in movie. It was called biphasic sleep, though they just called it normal. Here's how it worked. Shortly after sunset, everyone would hit the hay for their first sleep, a 3 to 4 hour nap that left you feeling rested, but not done. Then in the middle of the night, you'd wake up for a couple of hours of what we'd call medieval me time. This wasn't just lying there, staring at the ceiling. It was a whole vibe. Kings might use the time to read important scrolls, squinting by the faint glow of a rushlight or an oil lamp. probably cursing the lack of reading glasses. Advisors would hold secret meetings, whispering about betrayals or battle plans in the flickering firelight, because nothing says top secret like a 2 a.m. chat. Guards might do surprise inspections, catching dozing sentries who thought they could nap through their shift. Even servants got in on it, sneaking to the kitchen for a leftover bread crust or mending clothes by rushlight, hoping the steward didn't catch them slacking. After this midnight intermission, everyone went back for their second sleep, another 3 to 4 hours to round out the night. It was like their sleep schedule had a built-in commercial break. And honestly, it made sense. Winter nights could last 14 hours or more, way too long to sleep straight through or stay awake without losing your mind. The limited lighting candles, too expensive torches, too dramatic lamps, too dim, meant you had to make the most of what you had. Moonlight helped when it was there, but it was a flaky friend, disappearing behind clouds or leaving you squinting on new moon nights. Rush lights were cheap, but burned out fast, so you weren't keeping them lit all night, unless you wanted to spend your life dipping rushes in grease. Biphasic sleep. Let people stretch out the dark hours using moonlight, rush lights, or a fireplace's dying embers to get stuff done before crashing again. This sleep pattern wasn't just a quirky habit, it shaped castle life. During that midnight wake-up, the place was like a ghost town with a pulse. Guards swapped shifts, their rushlights bobbing like fireflies as they trudged along the walls. Servants tiptoed through the kitchens, prepping dough for tomorrow's bread, or stealing a moment to gossip by a fading fire. The king might wander his chambers, a rushlight in hand, pretending to do important king stuff, while really just craving a snack. It was a strange, quiet time lit by the weakest light's moonlight, when the sky cooperated, rushlights, when it didn't. Yet, it felt alive, like the castle was whispering its secrets in the dark. Moonlight rushlights and biphasic sleep weren't the stars of the castle's lighting show, but they were the scrappy underdogs that kept things moving. They proved you didn't need a fortune to fight the dark, just a bit of ingenuity and a willingness to roll with the weirdness. A man's scream tore through the icy air, sharp enough to rattle the frost on the monastery's stone walls. Hinrich von Fruit, scalpel in hand, dug into the soldier's frost-bitten leg, his breath clouding in the candle-lit chill. Welcome to surgery in the year 1275, where pain was the only guarantee and survival was a miracle dressed in blood-soaked rags. The surgery room, if you could call it that, was a cramped corner of the German monastery, its wooden beams sagging under centuries of neglect. A rough-hewn table groaned under the soldier's weight, its surface scarred from countless blades. Buckets of snow, hauled in from the blizzard outside, sat beside a pile of unwashed tools, saws, knives, and a hammer Hinrich swore he'd only used once. The air reeked of sweat blood and the sour tang of damp wool. Around the table, a crowd of villagers pressed close, their faces lit with grim fascination. They weren't here for prayers or alms. They'd come for the show. Hinrich's hands trembled, not just from the cold seeping through his threadbare tunic. A nagging doubt gnawed at him. What if the snow he was packing into the soldier's wound was killing more than it saved? He shoved the thought aside, forcing a grin as he faced the crowd. Behold, he declared, his voice louder than necessary, the future of healing. Snow nature's own balm will dull this man's pain. The villagers murmured, some nodding, others snorting into their ale-soaked beards. They didn't care about his theories. They wanted blood screams. and if luck held a survivor to gossip about at the tavern, Brother Anselm, the monastery's scribe, hunched in a corner, his quill scratching furiously on parchment. His eyes, pinched with worry, darted between Henrik and the soldier, who was biting a leather strap so hard his teeth left dents. 80%. Anselm muttered, barely audible over the crowd's chatter. 80% die from the rot that follows. Henrik shot him a glare. Keep your numbers to yourself, monk. This one will live. Anselm's quill paused, ink dripping like a tiny wound. He didn't argue, but his silence spoke louder than any sermon. The soldier's leg was a mess, crushed by a cartwheel, the flesh purple and swollen. Heinrich scooped a handful of snow and pressed it into the open wound, ignoring the man's muffled groan. The cold should numb the pain, he reasoned, just as it had on the battlefield last winter. He'd seen it there, soldiers half frozen in the snow, their screams fading as he hacked off shattered limbs. It was a revelation or so, he told himself. Other surgeons, those hacks in Leipzig or Cologne, just prayed and sliced. Henrik von Fruit was different. He'd be famous, a name whispered in awe, not cursed in graveyards. More snow, he barked, and a shivering novice scurried to fetch another bucket. The crowd leaned closer, their breath steaming in the frigid air. A woman with a patched cloak spat a crumb of bread onto the floor, muttering, 10 coppers says he's dead by dawn. Her companion, a gap-toothed man, laughed. I'll take that bet, but only if he screams louder than the last one. Henrik ignored them, his focus on the scalpel's edge. It was duller than he'd like crusted, with something he hoped wasn't blood. Sterility was a word he'd never heard, and hygiene was a quick wipe on his sleeve. The soldier's screams grew ragged as Henrik cut deeper, exposing bone. Hold him, he shouted to the novice who pinned the man's shoulders with trembling hands. The crowd roared, some cheering, others jeering. Faster, surgeon, a voice called. My stew's getting cold. Henrik gritted his teeth, sawing through the bone with a sound like splitting firewood. The leather strap slipped from the soldier's mouth, and his wail echoed off the walls, a raw animal sound that made even the rowdiest villager flinch. Brother Anselm's quill snapped, splattering ink across his parchment. God's mercy, he whispered, crossing himself. Henrik didn't look up God's busy Anselm. I'm the one saving this man. He packed more snow into the wound, his fingers numb from the cold. The bleeding slowed, a small victory, but the soldier's face was gray. His eyes rolling back, Henrik's stomach twisted. He'd seen that look before too many times. Last month, a boy with a broken arm. Last week, a woman with a tumor. Both buried behind the monastery, their graves unmarked. Tell me, Anselm. Henrik set his voice tight. What's the last thing you wrote? The scribe hesitated, then read in a shaky voice. Snow applied to wound, patient screams. Blood loss. Moderate. Outcome. Uncertain. Henrik snorted. Uncertain. This is progress. Monk, progress. Anselm didn't reply, but his eyes lingered on the soldier's trembling hands, clutching the table's edge like a lifeline. The surgery dragged on, each cut a battle against flesh and doubt. Henrik's back ached, his tunic soaked with sweat despite the cold. The crowd grew restless, their bets shifting as the soldier's breathing weakened. He's done for, the gap-toothed man grumbled, tossing a copper to the woman. Not yet. She snapped, her eyes gleaming. He's still kicking. Heinrich wanted to scream at them, to hurl his scalpel into their greedy faces. Instead, he tied off the wound with coarse thread, his fingers slipping on the needle. The snow was melting now, turning the table into a slushy mess. Finally, it was done. The leg was off the stump, wrapped in linen that smelled faintly of mildew. The soldier was alive barely. His chest rose and fell shallow but steady. Heinrich stepped back, wiping his hands on his tunic and forced a smile. "A success," he announced, raising his bloodied scalpel like a knight's sword. The crowd erupted some clapping, others shouting for more ale. The woman pocketed her winnings, smirking. "Told you he'd make it to dawn." Heinrich's smile faltered as he caught Anselm's eye. The scribe was staring at the wound, his face pale. What Heinrich snapped, striding over Anselm, pointed his finger trembling. A faint yellow ooze seeped through the linen, the first sign of the rot that had claimed so many. Heinrich's heart sank. "It's nothing." He lied more to himself than the monk. "Just fluid. He'll be fine." Anselm didn't respond. His quill, forgotten ink, pooling on the parchment like a spreading stain. The crowd began to disperse their boots, crunching on the straw-strewn floor. The novice carried the soldier to a pallet in the corner, where other patients groaned in the shadows. Heinrich stood alone by the table, the scalpel heavy in his hand. He'd won their cheers, but the ooze told a different story. The shadow of ignorance, that unseen beast he could neither name nor fight, had struck again. He thought of the battlefield, the frozen soldiers, the hope that had burned so bright. Was it all a lie? Brother Anselm gathered his parchments, his movements slow, deliberate. "You should rest, Master Heinrich," he said softly. "There'll be another tomorrow." Heinrich didn't look at him. His eyes were fixed on the soldier's feverish face, the shallow rise of his chest. "Rest," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. "How can I rest when I might be wrong?" The monastery bell tolled its echo, swallowed by the wind. Heinrich's question hung unanswered, a blade sharper than any scalpel. As the last villagers trudged into the snow, Heinrich stared at the soldier and whispered, "If I'm wrong about the snow, how many more will die by my hand?" Otto's fist crashed into the baker's jaw with a sickening crunch, and Heinrich von Fruit nodded approvingly, as if he'd just tasted a fine stew. In the flickering torchlight of the monastery's surgery room, knocking people out was the newest trick in his desperate bid to outsmart death itself. A week had passed since the soldier's surgery, and the memory of that oozing pus still clung to Heinrich like damp rot. The man had died at dawn, his fevered gasps fading. As the monastery bell tolled, Heinrich hadn't slept since his dreams, haunted by gray faces and yellow stains. But Otto's ham-sized hands offered a new hope, or at least a distraction. If snow couldn't save lives, maybe a well-aimed punch could. The surgery room was colder now, the blizzard outside piling snow against the monastery's gates. The same scarred table stood center stage, its wood darker with fresh bloodstains. Torches cast jittery shadows on the stone walls, where a larger crowd than ever pressed close, their faces flushed with ale and anticipation. They'd heard rumors of Heinrich's new technique, and the promise of a knockout drew them like moths to a flame. In a corner, straw pallets held groaning patients, their fevers a grim chorus to the spectacle. The air smelled of charcoal sweat and the faint, metallic tang of fear. Heinrich adjusted his tunic, its hem frayed from nervous tugging. This, he announced, gesturing, to Otto, is progress. His voice cracked, betraying the sleepless nights. Otto, a burly ex-blacksmith with arms like oak trunks, grinned, flexing his knuckles. The crowd hooted a wiry man in a wool cap, shouting, "Hit him again! Big fella! I paid good coin for this." Henrik forced a chuckle, but his eyes darted to Brother Anselm, who was scribbling in his corner, his face pinched with doubt. The baker, a doughy man with a festering arm wound, trembled on the table, his eyes wide as Otto loomed over him. "Please, Master Henrik," he stammered. "I don't want to die." Henrik patted his shoulder, his smile as brittle as ice. "You won't feel a thing. My friend Otto's fist is softer than a mother's lullaby." The crowd roared with laughter, but the baker's whimper cut through sharp and small. Heinrich's stomach twisted. He'd promised life before, and graves had been his answer. Otto cracked his knuckles, the sound like breaking twigs. "Ready, boss?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. Heinrich nodded, though his heart raced. He'd hired Otto after hearing tales of English surgeons who used brute force to silence screams. Otto had demonstrated his skill on a wooden beam in the courtyard, splitting it with one blow. Gentle as a breeze, Otto had boasted, rubbing his fist. Henrik had laughed then, but now with the baker's life in his hands, the joke felt hollow. "Get on with it," a woman in the crowd yelled, waving a half-eaten apple. "My feet are freezing." Bets flew fast. 5 coppers on the baker, waking 10 on him, staying out cold. Henrik ignored them, his focus on the baker's arm, swollen and hot with infection. The wound needed draining, maybe amputation. He gripped his scalpel, its blade nicked from overuse, and prayed it would hold Otto. Positioned himself, his shadow swallowing the baker's pale face. "Now, Otto," Henrik said, and the blacksmith swung. The punch was swift, precise landing, with a thud that silenced the room. The baker's head lolled, his body limp. The crowd erupted, chanting, "Hit harder, hit harder." Otto beamed, bowing like a tavern performer. Henrik exhaled his hands, steadier now. "Good man," he muttered, slicing into the arm. The blade parted flesh, releasing a stench that made him gag. Pus poured out thick and green, and the crowd gasped, some retching, others leaning closer. Brother Anselm's quill scratched faster, his voice barely a whisper. 3 dead this week, Master Henrik, all from the rot." Heinrich's jaw tightened. "Not this one, Anselm. Not today." He worked quickly, draining the wound, his fingers slipping in the mess, but his eyes kept flicking to the baker's still form. Was he breathing? Otto's punch had been perfect, hadn't it? The doubt crept in cold as the snow outside. The crowd's cheers faded as Henrik stitched the wound, his thread coarse and uneven. He'd read of surgeons in far-off cities using silk, but here, hemp was all he had. Otto hovered nearby, wiping his hands on his apron, the charcoal scent of his old trade clinging to him. "Ever think of heating the tools, boss?" he asked almost shyly. Back at the forge, fire kept things clean. Henrik snorted, tying off the stitch. "Fire's for cooking." "Otto, this is medicine." Otto shrugged, but his words lingered a spark in the dark. Anselm stood his parchment, trembling in his hands. "Master Henrik," the records he began. But Henrik cut him off. "Enough of your records. They're full of death, not answers." The scribe flinched, clutching his quill like a shield. The crowd murmured, sensing tension, and a man with a crooked nose called, "What's wrong, surgeon? Losing your nerve?" Henrik ignored him, his focus on the baker. The man's chest wasn't moving. Or was it? The torchlight played tricks, shadows dancing across his face. Henrik's pulse hammered. "Otto, check him." He set his voice low. Otto leaned over his massive hands, gentle now pressing the baker's chest. Nothing. The crowd fell silent, their bets forgotten. "Come on, man," Otto muttered, shaking the baker's shoulders. Henrik's scalpel clattered to the table, his hands shaking. Had Otto hit too hard? Had he killed another patient, not with a blade, but with a fist? The shadow of ignorance, that faceless beast, seemed to loom closer, its claws in every wound, every fever. "Wake up, damn you," Otto growled, shaking harder. The baker's head lolled lifeless, and Henrik's knees buckled. The crowd whispered their excitement, souring to dread. Anselm crossed himself, his lips moving in silent prayer. Henrik wanted to scream, to hurl the table into the wall, to run into the blizzard, and never return. He'd promised painlessness, progress, and now a faint groan broke the silence. The baker's eyes fluttered his chest, heaving with a ragged breath. The crowd gasped, then cheered their relief. A tidal wave. "He's alive!" the woman with the apple shouted, tossing her core into the straw. Otto laughed, slapping the table so hard, a bucket tipped spilling snow. Henrik sagged against the wall, his heart pounding. "Thank God," he whispered, though he wasn't sure who he was thanking, but the victory was fragile. Henrik's eyes caught a glint in the crowd. A man in a fur-lined cloak, his smirk sharp as a blade. The ice doctor, a Norwegian surgeon whose name carried weight from Bergen to Bavaria. He hadn't been there at the start, had he? His presence sent a chill down Henrik's spine, colder than any snow. The baker groaned again, clutching his arm, and the crowd's cheers drowned out Henrik's thoughts. But the ice doctor's gaze lingered, mocking. Knowing Anselm approached, his parchment crumpled. "Master Henrik, the wound?" "It's clean for now." But Henrik waved him off, his eyes locked on the ice doctor. "Not now, Anselm." The scribe hesitated, then retreated his quill, poised for the next tragedy. Otto clapped Henrik's shoulder, his grin wide. "Told you, boss," soft as a lullaby. Henrik forced a nod, but his mind was elsewhere. The baker was alive, but for how long? And what did the ice doctor know that he didn't? As the crowd shuffled out their boots, crunching on snow-dusted straw, Heinrich stared at the ice doctor's retreating figure. The monastery's bell tolled, its echo swallowed by the storm. The baker's groan faded, and Henrik's question burned what was coming, and could he survive it? Henrik von Fruit plunged a screaming man's leg into the frozen river, the ice cracking under his boots, praying the ice doctor's taunts about winter's power wouldn't lead to another grave. The man's wail cut through the mist, sharp as a blade, but Henrik held firm, his hands numb and his heart pounding. This was his chance to prove them all wrong or bury his reputation in the snow. Otto's clumsy knockout still lingered in Henrik's mind, the baker's limp form, a warning of how close he'd come to disaster. The ice doctor's smug grin at that surgery had burned deeper than any wound, a challenge Henrik couldn't ignore. Now standing on this riverbank, with the Norwegian's words echoing only the coldest winter makes a true surgeon, Henrik felt the weight of every failure, every fevered face. The river's chill was his gamble, a desperate bid to harness the frost and silence the shadow of ignorance. The riverbank, a half-mile from the monastery, was a bleak stage for Hinrich's experiment. Midwinter, 1275, had turned the water to a slurry of ice, its surface glinting under a gray sky. Bare trees clawed at the horizon, and the wind carried the scent of pine and damp earth. A crowd trailed Hinrich, their boots sinking into snow faces alight with morbid curiosity. Monks in coarse robes clutched prayer beads, while merchants in fur-trimmed cloaks whispered bets. The monastery loomed in the distance, its stone walls dusted white. But here the river was king, cold, unforgiving, and Hinrich's only ally. Inside the monastery, the surgery room waited as a fallback, its torchlit walls now familiar to the growing throng. The crowd had spilled into the courtyard, drawn by tales of Hinrich's rivalry with the ice doctor. A farm cart, its wheels stuck in snow, marked the arrival of Wilhelm, a stoic farmer whose leg had been crushed by a fallen tree. His pain was Hinrich's opportunity, a chance to outshine the Norwegian and prove the river's power. But the ice beneath Hinrich's feet felt thinner with every step. The patient, a wiry tanner with a gashed thigh, thrashed as Otto pinned him to the bank. "Mercy, master." "Hinrich," he begged, his breath steaming. Hinrich forced a smile, his teeth chattering. "The river will cradle you, friend. No pain, only sleep." The lie tasted bitter, but the crowd's eyes were on him, and the ice doctor's shadow loomed large. The Norwegian stood apart, his fur cloak flapping his voice, carrying over the wind. "Cold is a surgeon's blade. Von Fruit, wield it, or it cuts you." The crowd murmured, some nodding, others jeering. Hinrich's jaw tightened. He'd show them all. Brother Anselm, clutching his parchment, edged closer, his face pale as the snow. "Frostbite, master." "Hinrich," he whispered, his quill trembling. "The records speak of limbs lost to cold." Hinrich waved him off, his focus on the tanner. "Records don't save lives. Anselm, I do." But doubt gnawed at him sharp as the river's bite. The baker's survival had been a fluke, the soldier's death a warning. What was he risking now? Otto grunted, holding the tanner's shoulders. "Ready, boss." He asked, his breath a white cloud. Hinrich nodded, and they lowered the tanner's leg into the river. The man's scream shattered the air, then faded to a whimper as the cold took hold. The crowd gasped, a merchant dropping his wineskin in awe. "It's working!" a woman shouted, her scarf flapping. Hinrich's heart leapt. The tanner's face slackened, his eyes glassy. The river was numbing him, just as Hinrich had hoped. But the ice doctor's laugh cut through the moment, cold as the water. "You think a dip in the river makes you my equal? Von Fruit, Norway's winters would swallow you whole." The crowd tittered, and Hinrich's cheeks burned. He yanked the tanner's leg from the water, the skin pale but intact. "Enough talk," he snapped, hauling the man to a nearby sled, to the surgery room. Now Otto and a monk dragged the sled, the crowd trailing like hungry wolves. Inside the monastery, the surgery room was a furnace of noise and heat compared to the river. Torches hissed, casting shadows on blood-stained walls. The tanner, shivering violently, was hoisted onto the table. Hinrich's scalpel gleamed its edge, freshly sharpened, a rare effort, after Otto's grumbling about dull blades. The crowd packed in their boots, tracking snow across the straw. Wilhelm the farmer stood near the door, his face grim, one leg wrapped in rags. His eyes met, Hinrich's steady but pleading. "Fix me, surgeon," he said softly. "I've got a family." Hinrich swallowed, nodding. Wilhelm would be next his chance to silence the ice doctor for good. The tanner's surgery began. Hinrich cutting into the numbed thigh. The cold had worked too well. The flesh was stiff, almost frozen, slowing the blood but making the cut sluggish. The crowd watched silent now. Their bets hushed. Otto hovered, his hands twitching, ready to pin the tanner. If he stirred, Anselm's quill scratched his voice, a murmur. River submersion. Patient. Quiet. Risk of frost unknown. Hinrich ignored him, his focus on the wound. The gash was deep, but cleanable. He could save this one. He had to. The ice doctor leaned against a pillar, his arms crossed. Speed von Fruit, he called, or your patient will thaw and scream. The crowd chuckled, and Hinrich's temper flared. Laugh when I'm done. Norwegian, he muttered, stitching with furious precision. The tanner groaned, stirring, and Otto's hand shot out ready to punch. Easy, big man, Hinrich said, his voice steady despite the sweat beading on his brow. The stitches held the wound closed. The tanner lived for now. But as Hinrich stepped back, wiping his hands, Anselm gasped. Master Hinrich, look! The tanner's leg, still pale from the river, was turning blue at the edges, the skin mottled like spoiled meat. Hinrich's stomach dropped. Frostbite Anselm had been right. The crowd didn't notice their cheers drowning out the truth, but the ice doctor's eyes gleamed. Well done, von Fruit, he said, his voice dripping with mockery. You've saved his life and doomed his leg. The crowd parted as he strode out, his cloak swirling, leaving Hinrich frozen in place. Hinrich stared at the tanner's leg, his triumph crumbling. The man shivered alive, but marked by Hinrich's mistake. Wilhelm, still by the door, watched silently, his crutch creaking under his weight. Otto clapped Hinrich's shoulder, oblivious. Good work, boss. He's breathing, ain't he? Hinrich didn't answer. The crowd's cheers faded, their boots crunching as they left some tossing coppers for the river spectacle. Anselm gathered his parchments, his face heavy with unspoken warnings. The monastery's bell tolled its echo, mingling with the wind's howl. Hinrich's hands shook the scalpel, slipping from his grasp. Wilhelm's voice broke the silence, low and steady. You'll do better for me, won't you, surgeon? Hinrich met his gaze. The farmer's trust, a heavier burden than any blade. The ice doctor's laugh still rang in his ears, a challenge he couldn't escape. What had he missed? What would it cost? As the last monk shuffled out, Hinrich knelt by the tanner, his fingers brushing the blue-tinged skin. The river had betrayed him, and Wilhelm was next. The shadow of ignorance tightened its grip, and Hinrich whispered, What have I done? Hinrich von Fruit tightened a coarse rope around Wilhelm's mangled leg, his hands slick with sweat, despite the late winter chill, as the crowd held its breath. One wrong, cut one slip, and the farmer's life would join the monastery's growing graveyard. A grim tally that already haunted Hinrich's every step. The blue-tinged horror of the tanner's frostbitten leg still seared Hinrich's mind, a brutal lesson from the river's betrayal. Otto's idea of tying ropes, dismissed too quickly amid the ice doctor's taunts, had sparked a desperate hope. If snow and fists couldn't outwit the shadow of ignorance, maybe this crude knot could stem the blood and buy Wilhelm a chance. Hinrich's fingers trembled as he pulled the rope taut, praying it would hold where his other gambles had crumbled. The monastery's surgery room was a cauldron of heat and noise, its stone walls glowing under a dozen hissing torches. Late winter 1275 had loosened the blizzard's grip, but the air inside was thick with the stench of ale blood-soaked straw and the crowd's unwashed fervor. The wooden table scarred from countless surgeries was rigged with Otto's ropes, looped through iron rings, bolted to its sides. Buckets of snow sat unused, a nod to Hinrich's fading faith in cold. A clay jug of strong ale, its surface beaded with condensation, rested beside a pile of linen bandages that smelled faintly of mildew. The crowd was the largest, yet monks, merchants, even the ice doctor's fur-clad entourage packed shoulder to shoulder, their murmurs a restless tide. Wilhelm lay on the table, his broad face pale but steady, clutching a wooden cross etched with his wife's name. His leg, crushed by a fallen tree, was a swollen ruin, the skin blackening at the edges. "Do it right, surgeon," he said, his voice low, almost lost in the crowd's din. Hinrich met his gaze, the farmer's trust heavier than any blade. "You'll walk again." Hinrich lied, his throat tight. "Well, limp, maybe, but you'll see your family." Wilhelm nodded, gripping the cross tighter, and took a long swig of ale from the jug. Otto pressed to his lips. Otto, his blacksmith's bulk, looming beside the table, adjusted the ropes with surprising care. "Tight enough to choke a boar," he muttered, wiping his brow. His apron, stained with charcoal and blood, flapped as he moved. Hinrich clapped his shoulder, forcing a grin. "If this works, Otto, I'll carve your name on the monastery gate." Otto chuckled, but his eyes flicked to the crowd, where the ice doctor stood, arms crossed, his smirk sharper than any scalpel. Brother Anselm hovered nearby, his parchment trembling in his hands. "The records, Master Heinrich," he began, his voice thin. "Every surgery this month." Heinrich cut him off, his patience frayed. "I know the numbers. Monk. They don't help me now." Anselm shrank back, his quill, poised ready to ink another failure. The crowd's bets flew fast. 20 coppers on Wilhelm, surviving 30 on him screaming before the cut. A merchant with a gold chain spat into the straw, shouting, "Get on with it, von Fruit. My horse is freezing." Hinrich ignored him, his focus on the ropes, the blade, the man who trusted him. The ice doctor's voice sliced through the noise, smooth and mocking. A circus of snow and string. Von Fruit. Norway's winters would laugh at this charade. The crowd tittered, some clapping, others jeering. Hinrich's cheeks burned, but he kept his eyes on Wilhelm Lauf. "When I'm done, Norwegian," he muttered, pouring ale over his scalpel in a half-hearted nod to cleanliness. The crowd roared, mistaking the gesture for showmanship. Otto grinned, whispering, "Give him a spectacle, boss." Hinrich began, his scalpel parting Wilhelm's flesh with a wet rasp. The ropes held the blood, a mere trickle, and the crowd gasped, their bets shifting. Wilhelm groaned, the ale dulling, but not erasing the pain, his cross digging into his palm. Hinrich worked fast, his hands steadier than he felt. The bone was exposed, splintered but reachable. He grabbed the saw, its teeth jagged from overuse, and leaned in. "Hold him, Otto," he said, his voice calm, despite the sweat stinging his eyes. Otto pinned Wilhelm's shoulders, his strength a quiet anchor. The saw bit into bone, the sound like grinding stone. Wilhelm's groan became a muffled cry, and the crowd leaned closer, their faces a blur of awe and hunger. "Faster, surgeon," a woman with a braided scarf yelled, waving a chicken leg. Hinrich ignored her, his world narrowing to the blade, the bone, the ropes. The ale's fumes mixed with the blood's coppery tang, and for a moment he believed he could win. The bone gave way, the leg severed, and Otto's ropes kept the blood at bay. Hinrich tied off the stump with hemp thread, his stitches uneven but tight. Wilhelm was alive, his chest rising, his face flushed but steady. The crowd erupted, their cheers shaking the walls. "He's done it," a monk shouted, dropping his prayer beads. Otto laughed, slapping the table so hard the ale jug tipped, splashing the straw. Hinrich stepped back, his scalpel raised like a conqueror's sword. A triumph. He declared, his voice hoarse but proud. The merchant tossed a copper, grinning worth every shiver. The ice doctor's smirk faltered his entourage, whispering among themselves. Hinrich's heart soared. He'd beaten the cold, the fists, the doubts Wilhelm would live. But Brother Anselm's gasp shattered the moment. "Master Heinrich, the wound." He cried. Pointing, Heinrich froze his eyes, following the monk's trembling finger. Wilhelm convulsed his face, flushing a sickly red. Pus, thick and yellow, oozed from the stump, seeping through the linen. The crowd fell silent, their cheers choking off. The ice doctor laughed a cold cutting sound. "Well played, von Fruit," he said, striding toward the door. "You've saved his leg and given him a fever to die for." The entourage followed their cloaks, swirling, leaving Hinrich rooted to the floor. Hinrich's scalpel clattered to the table, his hands shaking. Wilhelm's moans grew louder, his cross slipping from his grip. Otto's face paled, his ropes now, a cruel joke. "Boss, what's happening?" he asked, his voice small. Hinrich didn't answer. The shadow of ignorance had struck again, its claws in the pus, the fever, the trust he'd betrayed. The crowd began to disperse, their boots scuffing the straw, some muttering curses, others pocketing their winnings. The merchant spat again, shaking his head. Knew he'd botch it. Anselm approached, his parchment crumpled. "Master Heinrich, we must." Hinrich rounded on him, his voice raw. "Must what monk write another death?" Go Anselm retreated, his quill forgotten. Otto knelt by Wilhelm, pressing a cloth to his brow. But the farmer's moans only grew. Hinrich stared at his bloodied hands, the scalpel's gleam mocking him. He'd combined every trick snow ale ropes and still failed. The ice doctor's laugh echoed in his mind, a taunt he couldn't shake. The monastery's bell tolled its echo, heavy in the emptying room. Wilhelm's fevered eyes met Hinrich's, a silent plea. Hinrich's knees buckled, his voice a whisper. "Have I killed him? Or is there still a way to fight this curse?" The torches flickered, casting long shadows, and the shadow of ignorance seemed to tighten its grip, waiting for his answer. Hinrich von Fruit hurled his scalpel into a cauldron of boiling water, the hiss of steam drowning out Wilhelm's fevered moans. In the monastery's smoky kitchen, he defied centuries of filth, grasping at a mad idea that might save the farmer or mark him as a fool forever. Otto's forgotten advice about heat dismissed amid the chaos of ropes and pus had burrowed into Hinrich's mind like a stubborn splinter. The shadow of ignorance had claimed Wilhelm's stump, with its oozing rot, mocking every trick Hinrich had tried: snow fists, rivers, ropes. Now, with the farmer's life slipping away, Otto's words about a blacksmith's forge glowed faintly, a spark against the darkness. Boiling water of all things was Hinrich's last stand, and he clung to it with the desperation of a man staring down a noose. The monastery's kitchen, early spring 1275, was a cramped warren of heat and clutter. A massive cauldron bubbled over a crackling fire, its steam curling toward the soot-blackened ceiling. Sacks of barley and turnips slumped against the walls, their earthy scent mingling with herbs and the sharp tang of burning wood. The surgery room just down the hall was quieter now, its blood-stained table empty save for Wilhelm, who lay on a straw pallet drenched in sweat. The courtyard outside was a muddy mess, snow melting into slush under a weak sun, signaling winter's retreat. A handful of monks and villagers lingered at the gates, their whispers of witchcraft carried on the breeze. Wilhelm's moans echoed through the stone corridors, each one a knife in Hinrich's chest. The farmer's face was flushed, his eyes half open, delirium claiming what the fever hadn't. His wooden cross lay beside him, its carved name, Anna, smudged with sweat. Hinrich knelt by the pallet, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm sorry, Wilhelm. I swore you'd see your family." The farmer didn't stir, his breath shallow, and Hinrich's hands clenched, nails biting into his palms. The ice doctor's laugh still rang in his ears, a taunt that fueled his rage and his resolve. Otto lumbered into the kitchen, his apron streaked with ash. "You sure about this, boss?" he asked, eyeing the cauldron. "Monks are spitting mad about their soup pot." Hinrich snorted, tossing a bandage into the boiling water. "Let them eat cold gruel. This is for Wilhelm." Otto nodded, his usual grin. Absent, he'd seen the pus, the fever, the way Wilhelm's stump had turned the linen black. "Back at the forge," he said, scratching his neck. "Heat kept the iron pure, burned off the grime. Maybe it'll burn off whatever's killing him." Brother Anselm hovered at the kitchen's edge, his parchment clutched like a shield. "Master Hinrich, I found something," he said, his voice trembling with cautious hope. "An old text from a healer in Salerno. Hot water cleansed wounds, saved a few." Hinrich's eyes flicked up a spark of something hope may be igniting. "A few," he repeated, stirring the cauldron with a wooden spoon. "Better than none?" Anselm nodded his quill, poised ready to record what might be madness or miracle. The monks weren't as convinced. Brother Gregory, a wiry man with a permanent scowl, stormed in his robe, flapping. "You're defiling our kitchen," he barked, pointing at the cauldron. "That's for porridge, not your devil's work." Hinrich rounded on him, his patience gone. "Devil's work? Your porridge won't save Wilhelm. But this might?" Gregory crossed himself, muttering about heresy, but backed off when Otto cracked his knuckles, a silent warning. The kitchen grew quiet, save for the fire's crackle and the cauldron's steady bubble. Hinrich fished out the scalpel, its blade steaming, and wrapped it in a boiled bandage. The heat stung his fingers, but he barely noticed. He'd failed Wilhelm once with ropes and bravado, and the guilt was heavier than any wound. The surgery room awaited, its torches dimmed, only a few monks lingering to pray. Over Wilhelm, Hinrich led the way, Otto carrying the steaming tools, Anselm trailing with his parchment. The crowd outside had thinned their bets, lost to Wilhelm's fever, but their whispers followed. Mad surgeon, witch fool. In the surgery room, Wilhelm's pallet was a grim island amid blood-stained straw. His stump was worse now, the infection spreading the skin, hot and swollen. Hinrich knelt, his hands steady despite the fear clawing his chest. "Hold on, Wilhelm," he murmured, unwrapping the steaming bandage. Otto pinned the farmer's shoulders, gentle for once, while Anselm lit a fresh torch. its light glinting off the scalpel. God guide your hand, the monk whispered, crossing himself. Hinrich reopened the stump, the pus pouring out its stench like rotting meat. Wilhelm moaned, his body twitching, but the fever kept him half conscious. Hinrich worked fast, cutting away dead tissue, rinsing the wound with boiled water from a clay bowl. The heat scalded his hands, but he didn't flinch. The wound bled bright and clean, no yellow taint. Otto's eyes widened. "It's working, boss," he said, his voice hushed. Hinrich didn't dare believe it. He stitched the wound with boiled thread, each loop a prayer, and wrapped it in fresh linen still warm from the cauldron. The monks watched their prayers, faltering their faces a mix of awe and fear. Anselm's quill flew ink splattering as he recorded every step. Boiled tools, clean wound, fever persists, he muttered, then added, Hope Hinrich stood his back, aching his hands raw from the heat. Wilhelm's moans softened his breathing less ragged. The fever hadn't broken, but the wound looked better, cleaner. Hinrich's heart thudded, a fragile hope taking root. Had he finally struck a blow against the shadow of ignorance hours, past the surgery room, growing quiet as the monks drifted away? Otto slumped against the wall. His apron crumpled, while Anselm sat cross-legged, reading his notes by torchlight. Hinrich stayed by Wilhelm, watching his chest rise and fall, searching for signs of the rot's return. The farmer's face was still flushed, but his eyes flickered a spark of life. Hinrich's hands shook not from cold, but from the weight of what he'd done. Boiling water, a blacksmith's whim, had done what snow and ropes couldn't. But was it enough? Anselm looked up, his voice soft. Master Hinrich, if this works, it could change everything. Hinrich snorted, wiping sweat from his brow. Change. I'll settle for one man, living past dawn. But Anselm's words lingered, a vision of healers, centuries hence, reading his scribbled notes. The thought was absurd, yet it warmed him like the cauldron's steam. Then Wilhelm stirred his eyes, opening clear for the first time in days. Anna, he rasped, clutching the cross. Hinrich's breath caught his relief so sharp it hurt. The fever had broken the wound, clean, no pus, only pink tissue. He collapsed against the wall, laughter bubbling up, half hysterical. You're a tough bastard, Wilhelm, he said, his voice cracking. Otto grinned, punching the air, while Anselm crossed himself, tears in his eyes. The shadow of ignorance had retreated, if only for a moment, but the victory was cut short. Brother Gregory burst in his face, red with urgency. Master Hinrich, he shouted. The ice doctor's back, and he's calling you out. Says he'll prove you're no surgeon. The monks gasped their prayers, resuming, and Otto's grin faded. Hinrich's heart sank, the fragile hope slipping. Wilhelm's eyes met his steady, despite the pain. You'll face him, won't you? The farmer asked, his voice weak but sure. Hinrich stood, his hands still raw, the cauldron's heat lingering in his bones. The ice doctor's challenge loomed, a new battle against the shadow. He couldn't escape. The monastery's bell tolled its echo, swallowed by the dawn, and Hinrich's resolve hardened, a blade forged in fire. Hinrich von Fruit clutched a tattered ledger, its pages heavy with inked failures and blood-flecked dreams, as the ice doctor's shadow loomed in the monastery's sunlit scriptorium. One debate, one chance to prove his worth. Could a surgeon's scribbles outlast a brutal age, or would they crumble like the graves he'd filled. Wilhelm's survival, a fragile victory, snatched from the jaws of fever, was a flicker of light against the shadow of ignorance that still haunted every cut, every stitch. Hinrich's hands, raw from boiling water, trembled as he traced the ledger's entries. Soldiers, bakers, tanners, all lost to the rot. He couldn't name. The ice doctor's challenge, a public reckoning, was no mere surgery, but a battle for legacy. What would Hinrich leave behind when the spring sun melted the snow? The scriptorium. Spring 1275 was a quiet haven compared to the blood-soaked surgery room. Sunlight streamed through narrow windows, gilding stacks of parchment and ink bottles scattered across wooden desks. The air smelled of wax and dust, a stark contrast to the stench of pus and ale. The surgery room down the hall stood empty. Its bloodstains scrubbed a silent testament to Hinrich's trials. Outside the monastery, courtyard bloomed with early crocuses, villagers hauling baskets of seeds for planting their chatter a hopeful hum. A small crowd gathered near the scriptorium's door, drawn by whispers of the ice doctor's return and Hinrich's defiance. Wilhelm limped into the scriptorium, his carved crutch thumping against the stone floor. The wooden tree, etched into its handle, gleamed, a symbol of the life Hinrich had saved. "You kept your promise." "Surgeon." Wilhelm said, his voice rough but warm. "I'll see my Anna again." Hinrich's throat tightened, his fingers brushing the ledger, barely. He muttered, managing a crooked smile. "You're too stubborn to die." Wilhelm chuckled, easing onto a bench, his eyes bright, despite the pain of his missing leg. His trust, hard won, was a weight Hinrich carried with pride and fear. Otto followed his blacksmith's bulk, filling the doorway, his apron swapped for a clean tunic that strained at the seams. "Ready to face that Norwegian snake boss?" he asked, cracking his knuckles. Hinrich snorted. "If I lose Otto, I'm retiring to raise goats. Less trouble than patience." Otto laughed, but his eyes flicked to the crowd outside, where the ice doctor's fur cloak was a dark slash against the spring light. Brother Anselm sat at a desk, his quill poised over a fresh parchment, his face alight with purpose. "This ledger, Master Hinrich," he said, "it's more than failures. It's a map for those who come after." The ice doctor strode in his presence like a winter gust, his entourage trailing. "Von Fruit," he said, his voice smooth as polished steel, "I propose a debate, not a blade. Prove your methods or admit you're a butcher in a surgeon's cloak." The crowd murmured, monks and villagers pressing closer, their faces a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Hinrich's pulse quickened, but he stood tall, the ledger heavy in his hands. "A debate." Then he said, his voice steady, "But I'll speak. Truths, not boasts." The ice doctor's smirk faltered a crack in his armor. The debate began the scriptorium, a battlefield of words. The ice doctor spoke first, his voice ringing with confidence. "In Norway, we harness winter's bite, pure unyielding cold. My patients live because I master nature, not tinker with ropes and pots." The crowd nodded, some clapping their awe for the Norwegian's legend palpable. Heinrich felt the weight of their eyes, the sting of his failures, snow that burned fists, that faltered rivers that betrayed. But Wilhelm's crutch, Anselm's quill, Otto's loyalty anchored him. He stepped forward, the ledger open in his hands. "I'm no master," he said, his voice raw, but clear. I've buried more than I've saved. Snow numbed pain, but brought rot. Fists silenced screams, but broke trust. Rivers froze flesh, but stole limbs. The crowd fell silent, their bets forgotten as Henrik's honesty cut deeper than any blade. Anselm read aloud. His voice, steady, snow applied, patient died, knockout failed, fever followed, ropes held, blood pus came, boiled water, saved one. Wilhelm's crutch thumped in approval, and Otto's grin flashed. Henrik held up the ledger, its pages trembling. This is my truth, failure inked in blood, but each mistake taught me. Wilhelm lives, because I boiled a blade, a mad idea from a blacksmith's forge. I can't slay the shadow of ignorance, but I'll light a candle against it. The crowd stirred monks, whispering, villagers nodding. The ice doctor's smirk vanished, his eyes narrowing. You admit defeat. Then he asked, his tone sharp. Henrik shook his head, his voice rising. Defeat. No progress comes from failing, not hiding. My ledger is proof. Every death, every lesson for healers yet to come. The crowd erupted their cheers, a wave that shook the scriptorium's walls. A villager tossed a copper, shouting, to the surgeon who dares. Wilhelm's crutch thumped again, his eyes shining. Otto punched the air, nearly toppling a desk, and cursed the cursed monk furniture as ink bottles rattled. Anselm's quill flew his parchment, filling with Henrik's words. The ice doctor stood frozen, his entourage silent, then extended a hand, his voice low. You're no butcher, von Fruit. Perhaps a scholar. Henrik took the handshake, his grip firm, the ledger still warm in his other hand. The crowd dispersed their chatter, carrying Henrik's name with a new respect. Wilhelm limped out, promising to name his next calf after Henrik, a jest that drew a laugh. Otto announced he'd forge cleaner tools, his blacksmith's fire rekindled. Anselm gathered his parchments, his voice soft. This ledger will outlive us, Master Henrik. Healers, centuries hence, will read it. Henrik nodded, the weight of his failures, lighter now, a burden shared with the future. He sat alone in the scriptorium, the sun dipping low, casting long shadows. The ledger lay open, its final entry. Fresh, Wilhelm lived, boiled water, hope. Henrik traced the words, his fingers steady for the first time in months. The shadow of ignorance still lurked, but he'd struck a blow, small but real. Anselm's voice broke the silence, a whisper from the doorway. Your words will reach healers centuries from now. But what if they laugh at us? Henrik grinned, closing the ledger with a soft thud. Let them laugh, Anselm, as long as they learn. The monastery's bell tolled its echo, mingling with the villagers' planting songs. Henrik stood the ledger tucked under his arm and stepped into the spring light, ready for whatever came next.